Hello everyone and welcome in to another day of LPL. Sam is taking a break today for his voice, and also he's doing a lot of deadlock casting. So basically he just wants to save his voice. I completely, completely support that. It's completely fine. So I'm going to be on my own today, folks. It's going to be a solo cast. It's going to be me and you. Just going to be me and you. It's just me like the substitute teacher, except this is actually my channel, so it's not really how that works. Do you guys prefer a substitute teacher or not? Did that work for you? Okay, well, first series of the day, NIP versus Weibo. Now Weibo come in as favorites, but NIP, home team here today, well, you know, their first series, the series that they played the other day, sorry, their first series was really good. Guon had a really good series. Second series, well, Guon, that same creativity kind of turned into a double-edged sword a little bit. However, it's not like they don't have their positives there. Of course, as we were saying, Weibo, you know, have changed out that support role and Hung coming in for Erha. And it's the AD carries which are now the bot lane, which is now the point of focus, because this team had such a good series, actually, versus IG. Destroyed Jachi and Draw in lane. The game 3 didn't really tell the story of the series. So the first two games, it was Assume who was taking over in a way that, you know, I think Assume's normally been quite a quiet player. He's been a bit of a journeyman in the LPL, but he's not really stood out to me in that many ways over the last few years, whereas Alka, of course, was best AD carry of last split. I'm going to keep camera off, by the way, just because Angie's hanging around, and Angie doesn't really like being on camera, which is completely fine. So I'm going to keep camera off for a little bit. So it's going to be like the voices of the Mysterons, I suppose. Anyone else? Well, that was Captain Scarlet, right? Was that Captain Scarlet and the voice of the Mysterons? That was that. And what was the other like puppet show on at that time? Hey, Swanham. There was Captain Scarlet, and then there was it Stingray, the submarine one? 2 jerseys arriving today. Is it a G2 and a BLG one? Sorry. Oh god, I make myself laugh. Yeah, carry on. Oh god. Hey, you know how it is. Oh man. Oh, Joe 90 is the one I didn't watch. I knew about Thunderbirds because Thunderbirds was the really famous one, but I thought that Stingray and Captain Starlet, they kind of came on a bit late. I don't know, maybe this is the time that they both started far before I was born anyway, because I was born in like 96, so they were around for a long time. It's actually a G2 and a G2 jersey, right? There's an auction going on. That's really cool. Oh, action, not auction. I don't know what action means in that context. Sorry, I just assumed it meant auction because I thought that made sense in my head. Okay, so let's have a think about this matchup a little bit more then. So they've talked about that bot lane. Well, I mean, care is really important for NRB too. I actually think it's more on jungle. Look at, yeah, it's obvious. Like, it's easy to put it on AD carries, right? But I think that Alk versus Assume is strong, but JJ versus Guon, isn't that more impactful? Oh, it's to buy this 26 one, you get the 24 one for free. Oh, cool. Nice. It's really cool. I believe that's the side selection where NIP has chosen first pick. I believe. I'm not sure. Well, they've chosen one of the sides of champion select because BP is ban pick. It's a good deal. Well, I'm happy for you then. I'm happy for you. You know, I had a dream last night that I was on a podcast with Kobe and Jap for some reason. And for some reason, and there were some other people involved too. There's like a hall of like 8 people. Like a big room. Not a hall, but like a big room. And someone mentioned like, someone was like slandering Dignitas. I was like, hey, I remember watching that team like in 2014. And then just everyone turned and stared at me. I don't know why. The dream has started to fade from my mind now, but you know, I thought you'd all want to know that. I don't know why. I thought you might want to know that. Such things are important. Okay, folks. I'm Cutie Pie Jinx God. I remember Zion Spartan's Nasus, the backdoor game, and because I watched that while I was on holiday in Vietnam. It's one of the like best holidays I've ever been on. Very cool. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go to the toilet. I'm gonna leave with these interviews.
欢迎来到前彩环节，我是主持人小优。我们邀请到的是深圳 IP 的下路选手阿萨姆，先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是深圳 IP 的下路阿萨姆。
欢迎你啊！那昨天呢比较遗憾没有能赢下来，但是能够看到你们还是有一些战术巧思，而且你前两局的发挥也比较亮眼的。那即将要和 WB 继续打一个背靠背了，现在大家的信心和状态调整的怎么样了呢？
昨天虽然没赢下来吧，但回去复盘了一下，然后今天感觉状态跟信心还是回来了很多吧。
调整还是非常迅速的。接下来即将和 Elk 进行下路的对位了，那你自己的话有哪些想要去完成的游戏内容或者是方向呢？
今天跟 Elk 对位的话，就想跟他在下路对位的那个对拼比较激烈一点嘛，然后就尽量赢下来。
好的，也期待你们的赛场表现了，加油！同样的，我们邀请到了 WBG 的下路选手 Elk， 先和大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 WBG AD Elk。
欢迎 Elk。那首战呢还是有点可惜的，有点棋差一招。那赛后大家复盘下来的话，觉得还有哪些点需要再加强一下呢？
就感觉我们可以给一些英雄的优先级，然后还有一些游戏内容去改变一下。
可能在 BP 上或者是在节奏上还要再去精进一下。那今天对阵到深圳 IP， 他们的下路组合最近状态还挺不错的，所以在游戏里觉得有哪些需要特别留意的部分吗？
看了一下他们最近的比赛，就感觉他们下路还是打得非常的强势吧，然后就对阵他们可能在下半区也可能比较重要一点。
好的，也期待你们在游戏中激烈的博弈了，谢谢，加油！
A compliment for Hal. Hello everyone, and thank you for the stream stream. I appreciate you. Only a couple of minutes now until we get into game. Let me have a think. What was this? Did you say something? Perchance. What was this? Perchance. You still follow LCP much? I follow the highlights, but I don't get to watch much of the gameplay just because I'm trying to VOD review and stuff now too, and it's actually very hard to keep up with everything at once. What's been up to? I saw the perfect game from Hawks. That's the big thing which I saw. Okay, gotta think about that compliment for Harold. Wait, the LPL hosts have been there for ages? Yeah, I mean, this is basically their desk segment, right? I guess they were, and also worth noting, you know, they gotta wait for the venue to be ready as well, because I don't think... So this desk here, I don't believe is at the traveling venue. I'm not sure about the casters and whether the casters there or not. I think the casters are, but yeah, I mean, I guess they don't want to fly them out to Shenzhen, you know, Suzhou, Beijing all the time. It's easier to keep them in one place. I think the LPL casters and the desk is all in Shanghai. Well, you can hear the casters in the arena as they do it. So I think the casters might be in person. It's way easier to do the casters in person from the arena. Yeah, I think that's the case. Otherwise, yeah. But I think the desk, yeah, they're elsewhere. So much the LEC has had to like go back and forth on is like having the casters in the arena or not for things. Why is remote casting? No, it's more like remote casting and then piping the casters into the arena itself. It's not a problem if it's remote casting, it's your second broadcast. Who do you think is winning this first series? I would say Weibo, but yeah, NIP playing NIP played a lot of series back to back. Does that hurt them? Yeah, I think it's Weibo. I think NIP have played too many series close together, which hurts their prep time. And I think that JJ will contain Guon, who is the most important member of NIP. Wasn't 2020? No, it will. It's more about if you want caster audio in the arena itself, and the casters are remote, then it gets difficult. I think at that point it gets difficult. Anyway, let's leave you with this intro. Love this intro, it's so cool. Welcome to Shenzhen, everyone. NIP hosting the first series today. Xi'an will be our second venue, with WE facing BLG. And NIP first face-off against Weibo. NIP played a couple of series already in this early split. Played quite a few all at once. NIP played on the first day versus WE. They beat them 2-0. They played yesterday on, after a couple of day break. And they played against IG, and they lost 2-1, and today now they're up against Weibo. So 2 series back-to-back days. Never an easy task, that, prepping for 2 teams. Especially with the increased level of IG and Weibo's powerful level themselves. I have to say, Harold, that this is your compliment you redeemed earlier, but when I think of NIP, I do actually think of you first. Actually, you're the biggest NIP fan that I know, which is a cool thing. You're genuinely the first person I think of when it comes to that. Players all walked out onto stage. Key players you should watch out for. I reckon jungle matchup and AD carry. Those are the two which first spring to mind. I think JJ versus Guon, very important, and Guon is so important to NIP, and JJ was top 3 jungler last split. Very, very strong. Then AD carries, I don't think I would have been saying that before yesterday, but then Assume just kicked in the head to bot lane. Clean Feed's just having a quick stutter. I know it's the Clean Feed. It's not me, I don't think. No, it's not. What's happening? There we go. They speed up and they're there again. Ain't that crazy? Angie, you're 2 feet away from me. You could say hi. That's a great question. Eevee ninjas, yes. But yeah, I think that Assume just kicked in the heads of Jachi and Draw. Just destroyed them yesterday, which gave us a lot of questions about, well, okay, how high is the level of this bot lane right now? And now I suppose with Elk being so important to Weibo and having such a high level last split, does that change anything for expectations of bot lane? Well, yeah, we'll figure that out very shortly. Only just waiting now on the draft to start. As far as I'm aware, it was NIP choosing the side in draft. Most teams choose first pick for the first game of the series. Maybe later on you get counter picks more. Into the draft we go. So, as we go into draft, remember those jungle and AD carry roles, probably the most important thing that we have here. Jarvan and Orianna both banned. We still have the Azir available. Kerr and Shahu both play it. We have Varus, we have Rumble. Rumble's really big here. Although I have to say, NIP care less about it. And because Hoya has so many counters, they banned the Varus, but Hoya has actually shown that he can play another counter into it. So do they want to pick up another power pick and then counter the Rumble later? Is that the plan? Because they did the Onivia just the other day. They might just pick it themselves to simplify things. It's a very, very powerful pick. What did Zuka play against it now? Normally you'd play something like the Ambassador, Cassante, Sion. Those have been the 3 more acceptable matchups. So hey, thanks for the follow, Sam and Benito. Pantheon Rise let through for that. This is the thing. Could NIP have taken Pantheon or Rise and then countered the Rumble top lane? Giving up Pantheon Rise is very, very, yeah, very dangerous. That Vi locked in. Strong mid jungle champion is the Vi. Very good with the Rumble too. If you go Vi Ahri, I mean, Cal loves that. So now you have 2 very, very strong jungle mids. Now, typically I'd say that, you know, Pantheon Rise just kind of smashes the map compared to the Vi Ahri, but because it's Guon and Kerr who are very good at this duo, Guon is a very good Vi player, Kerr is one of the best Ahri players in the world, does that change the equation? The Sion locked in, as we said, is one of those matchups which can just kind of withstand the Rumble, lane fine, and then go into a team fight. I mean, Rise and Sion are really tanky solo laners. Now, Sion the tankiest top laner, and Rise tankiest mid laner besides what? Galio? Galio's the only mid laner I think I can get tankier. Yeah, good call there, Harold. You called that out in advance on the Vi Ahri. Bot lane's left to pick then. Lulu, Bard, what else we got? We got Nami still up and available, which is kind of important. Then we have the Ash Seraphine as well. Those are the big ones there. I suppose there's also some chance of a Nautilus as well for NIP if they want to go for like Hyper CC, pick comp. The Forbidden Cassante mid tech for tank. We did see some Sion mid from Jackie's. like last year. I think that tank mids have been vastly underplayed. Just the nature of things, though. Sometimes people like to play comfort, and it is that Nautilus ban. I was wondering whether there'd be a Nautilus in for NIP. So, Seraphine, Nami, those are the two enchanters really left. Do you leave both of them up? I mean, the thing is, NIP can lock a duo. Weibo have to pick just one half of their that bot lane, which means that NIP could kind of snatch up something like in Hole. Ashe locked away. That one's been banned. So Weibo, do you pick the Nami? Do you pick Ezreal? Those are the two kind of, well, those are the two picks which I think have been more strong at this point. The Lucian Milio is also available, and Assume and Draw played it really well the other day. Now, the thing if you go for the Lucian now is if the other team locks in Corki Nami, you could go for the Milio last, but I think the Corki Nami beats you. Nami locked in means you can lock it with the Lucian or the Corki, and NIP can't pick both because you're not picking a Corki support. Please don't pick Corki support. Lucian locked in for NIP. Do they go for the Lucian Milio now? Yes, that's going to leave the Corki last pick for Elk most likely. You can go the Ezreal. Does that change the matchup at all? I mean, I think Corki's a better duo, but the Ezreal's just the Ezreal's pretty strong in general, but Corki, Nami, Lucian, Milio. This is going to be really interesting because Assume and Draw were actually very good at this duo when they locked it in. Okay, folks, I'm going to go into a quick ad break now. If you would like to not have ad breaks, please think about it. So yeah, subscribe, as Angie calls out in the background. Exactly. You guys subscribe and hear me talk about the draft. You'll miss it otherwise. How devastating would that be? I know. Crazy. Good morning from Chicago. I was about to say Chicago. Oh my god, my brain is just not online. Well, good morning from Berlin. As you can clearly tell, the brain cells are not really functioning right now. Okay, in terms of overall team composition, very tanky from Weibo. NIP very mobile, very able to look for picks. Weibo probably better at the front to back because they have a Sion and a Nami. Ryze and Corki both scale well. Corki very much does scale well now compared to things. I think the mid-game spike, though, of the Lucian, Milio, the everything on top side, yeah, that's really scary. If it comes to 5v5s, I prefer the Sion Nami. If it comes to picks and that more mid-game kind of skirmishes, even with the globals of the Pantheon Ryze, I think I prefer the Lucian Milio, the Rumble Vi, Ahri. Weibo draft is broken. It depends what the game's played around. The thing is, like, if NIP can make it about picks and about that 1-2 item spike, even though there is a very good 2 item spike on the side of Weibo, I think that the burst in the pick from NIP, particularly when you've got Guon and Care on such comfortable champions, is so different. Anyway, let's hear those gyros and we'll talk about that after. Oh, that's not looking good for Assume. Blows the heal from Draw. JJ now walking in for level 1 wards, but even though he does, he's found out on the other side. So JJ does misjudge level 1. Oh, so much of the meta is about judging your level 1s correctly. So now JJ's not going to get onto the Raptor Steel first. He's going to have to go back to his blue buff, and he'll have to go top to bot clear, which means he'll likely not be able to get into the enemy jungle. He would have really liked to get a camp or 2 away, just get ahead. JJ, one of our most impactful early laners. Because of the early chunk, Lucian actually had to recall, so he's missing 2 early minions. Hang on a second, this happened at the other Lucian game for Assume. This is, what do you mean he lost 2 melee minions again? That's exactly the amount of minions he lost the last time without dying. Strange things occur, and it happened yesterday in game 2. That's the one. Game 2, that's what happened. Yeah. NIP can destroy one target and then use that numbers advantage to leverage fights. But this level 1 was... I mean, the level 1 definitely doesn't help, but we definitely saw that Assume and Draw did really well with this. But then again, they're up against Elk and Hung now, aren't they? Of course, Erha being replaced for Hung, I think a lot of people were quite surprised at that because Erha was very good last play. He was very good. Good bounce there from Hung. Hung is good domestically. That's the line that we've landed on. He's good domestically, and even though he was awful on Weibo the last time he was there, he was definitely a player which did very, very well on top esports on the time where he was there, actually domestically again, and on LNG as well, back when he was there in 2023. Definitely has some upsides, and Hung, we're expecting him to help Weibo out domestically. The question is whether he can actually do anything internationally then after that point, because that's been where he's collapsed, and at that point you may even just prefer a different support just because they won't have that mental hold up it seems like Hung has. Looking at the rest of the map, charm landing from Care, choosing to not follow up with any auto attacks or anything to give Xiaohu the free combo back. Of course, Xiaohu Rise, one of his most famous picks. Recall coming in from Sumadro, who've been, from Alk and Hung, who've been very far ahead now. 10 CS up, Alk and Hung laning very well. The Lucian Milio. This is one of the worries about the duo. I think that we got a little bit of a false positive from the last game we saw it, which was, you know, Lucian Milio. It's definitely a strong duo, but I don't think it's an everything duo, which you can always rely on. And Alk and Hung showing that the Corki Nami very much can deal with this lane, especially with that level 1 advantage as well. Top lane, Hoya eking out a small advantage. JJ is coming top lane though, and the crash is coming through. Q lands. If the E lands from Zerka, that's a problem. Where's the slope? Is he going for it now? He does land the slope. Yeah, there you go. Hoya not very happy now. Does JJ go for the empowered W? Oh, I thought that JJ might go for like a, you know, a Q to get his empowered ability, and then see what he can do after. I suppose if Hoya flashed away anyway, the damage would have been hard to land from the Scion. He would have had to flash for a Q follow-up at that point. Wave crashing in now for Elkin assumes. You think, oh, the gold leaders, the CS leaders looking a lot less now. No, the wave is just crashing in. That's the way it happens. Set up that slow crash in, slow push in, collect the wave, still be 10 CS ahead. 5 recalling going top side, we'll clear top spot lane again. JJ onto his second clear a little quicker than Guon. Nothing's really changed between those two. They still traded scuttle crabs as well. Whoa, I agree with you, Scion. I agree. Double longsword back for Assumed here, and the dagger for Alk. First back of the game, typically not the favorite part of Corki, but Corki does, of course, appreciate the mana, so you can spam spells a bit more. Even if it doesn't give you the combat stats. Doesn't -1 there, Alk. You missed the cannon. Not the cannon, the minion. And another one, -2. Oh, Alk. Oh, what's happening here, buddy? And takes a hard trade. Oh, wow. It's all over. They say, you know, somewhat sarcastically. Oh, by the way, perfectly insane. Appreciate the follow as well. If anyone is lurking around and enjoying themselves, think about dropping that follow. Just make a difference to myself, as this is my job. I know, crazy, isn't it? Being able to turn something like this into a job, especially with the LPL broadcast being shut down. The co-stream is the only thing which remain now. Via's bot side. Ooh, using that heal to jump forward. Incredibly quick reaction heal though, but the flash is also used there to make sure that Guon doesn't have a chance of a flash Q. Oh, Harold, that's a really funny quote. Oh, man. Elk going to collect this wave at tower. Again, a healthy 10 CS lead ahead, as opposed to like an unhealthy 10 CS lead ahead, which I'm not really sure the difference between them, actually. I'm not a bot lane doctor. I'm not a doctor at all. I've been lying. Did I ever say I was a doctor? Who knows? JJ has the empowered ability. Sees Dragon going down. Does Rise come over to help? Could realm warp into position. Vi has that also. Yeah, he is going to realm warp into position. Join the rest of the team. Milio Q use. I think that's going to keep... Oh, Pantheon steals it. Gets the empowered Q. He gets it. Steals in. Flashes to the side. Gets the knockup. Tries to go in. But the rest of his team. Elk is going to go down. And NIP do have the resets from the Ahri. That first pick is so powerful. Care gets good damage. Can he get an extra kill for the reset? Yes, he can. Another kill to the side of NIP from this duo. Flash away from the charm. So Dragon Steel goes to the side of Weibo. But it's 2 kills to NIP. On that flash to the side to get on top of the Corki, whose early game damage is very powerful. Mattered quite a lot there. The Panther coming in. Can't quite punish the overstep from the bot lane. JJ didn't have a flash, so had to position quite close to them. Didn't see that one coming myself, actually. So the Realm Warp into position here, you know, helps them create their battle line. Didn't want to get isolated on one side of the fight. The Milio Q means that JJ has to flash for the smite steal, and it is a good flash steal. Does get that well in time. Then Guon flashes forward, knocks JJ over the wall with his ultimate too, importantly. Guon gets a really good combo, of course. The damage back onto him is good, but Care ends up getting the resets through anyway. Dark Seal spotted. Hell yeah. Care gets 2 Dark Seal stacks on that too. Always good to note that. Care, of course, is an Ahri main. Of course, we expect him to know such things. I actually just... It is just so perplexing to me that so many players over time have just forgone the ability to snowball into a victory because they're following like a Chovy Pro Builds guide, you know? You know what I mean? Or whoever. That's -1 for Care. Yeah. Oops. Cannon miss. You know what I mean? You know, players giving up that snowball potential because they're going along kind of these well-trodden routes. Invade from Guon to get Raptors away. There is a Scion ultimate. He's just used the Q and he doesn't have flash. Used that in the last play. He's going to get the CC onto him. The Rune Prison is used and JJ goes forwards with a Q, and that invade from Guon leads to his death. Q'd over the wall. Zucker, great roam to the plate. Will teleport to the other side of the map now. First entrance from the top lane is into the wider map, and it's a good one from Zucker. Why is he there? That's a great question. I guess he was looking for the ult. I was too busy talking about other stuff, especially since there was so much vision down from NIP. Like, how did he get there? What the heck the polar bear doing in Arlington, Texas? Top lane is now both in top lane. Hoya has that teleport, but of course can't really roam away that easily right now. Out trading back heavy there. Not that the Lucian Milio isn't doing well themselves, but Ultra how the Culling coming out too. All trades look great until the next skill's thrown out in this kind of matchup, because both of these AD carries are very they're quite short range, but the first one's fairly long range, but some of their stuff is quite short range, but their abilities do so much damage. One missed ability or one turnaround when someone steps up a little too far can lead to quarter HP bar going. Very interesting roam from Zucker there. Yeah, I think he must have walked through bot lane to get around that vision. Wonder what the call was there. Of course, trying to make that play, knowing the vision was down. Guon has all. I think they... Well, they're teleporting in now. I don't think this is a great idea. Jumping forward to the empowered W. Guon's losing half his HP. Hoya's here. We'll try and land some E and some potentially ult. Both mid laners are on the way. Xiao needs to be careful not to get isolated because the Viari would be able to very much burn him down. Is this a 5-man dive? Okay, fine. I guess we're 5-man diving. They're jumping onto the Pantheon, who doesn't get his E off. It's a 1-for-1 jump forward from K. Wants to get the reset. Does manage to do so. The Ahri charges. What's that going to mean? Help. Flashing, but getting hits anyway. So 2-for-1. NIP do vaguely make it out at the advantage. The Realm Warp is going to be used to make sure he can get back towards mid lane. That's what it's being used to do. It's like a budget teleport there, which it is, and it is very useful to get him back in mid lane in time to farm up that wave. So NIP do get the extra kill out of the equation. And the cross map was only really used after there by the Realm Warp. It's a fairly inventive use of that, I suppose, to use it to get back towards your lane. Don't really see that much in the current meta, often used for those aggressive plays and occasional mid-combat escapes. Xiao Hu managing to get a plate off of the tower from that. So who is the big beneficiary of that? Well, Care is now 5 Dark Seal stacks deep, so he's pretty happy with that, very happy with that. Guon on his 3rd death of the game. Do need to keep a track of that. He is ahead of JJ though. He's still okay with that. 1 and 2 in terms of the kills and the assists. Has his first item. JJ doesn't have his first item actually. So for now, Guon much stronger. Yeah, you know what? That's another interesting point too there. Hoya didn't actually use the equalizer in that dive, which maybe that's why it went so weird thinking about it. He must have used it in top lane laning phase to get prior to look for that play. That's what I'd assume anyway. Grubs to the side of NIP. They get... did they get all 3 of them? Or did JJ get the first? I wasn't looking at the minimap. Ah, gotta lock in, folks. Lots of vision control on top side now from NIP, trying to protect Hoya a little bit. And of course, that was around the Grubs take as well. JJ back onto the map. Has Sunder Sky, has ult as well. So if anyone flashless turns up, oh boy. You better put him up. Elk jumps forwards, doesn't have the Sheen auto, misses the Foss bomb and takes a turret shot. Yeah, that's a little annoying. Oh my god, a super slash 1, but he doesn't have the Enchanter and he dies. You need the Enchanter to get that Vigilance passive. Couldn't quite get it. Jump forwards now from Jeje on to Guwon. He turns around immediately onto Xiaohu, but the Rise is tanky. The Rise is so tanky. That's why the Vi Ahri has fallen off quite a lot. -1 there as Chemist of the Cannon too. Why not? Add insult to injury. It's just really hard to kill a Rise. He's really tanky with stuff like the Rod of Ages early. The Vi does lose a lot of efficacy when it comes to playing us. To be honest, everyone loses a lot of value when it comes to playing against the Rise because he's really, really annoying to remove from a fight. And of course later on the Equalizer makes him very, very damaging too. Rise kind of does it all right now, especially when he's got a double global pairing in the jungle, Pantheon being the best of them. Right there you can see that though the Vi Ahri it has its uses and NIP really like to use it, the Pantheon Rise, we did say at the start of the draft, was very dangerous to give over. And if we return to that conversation now, look, Guwon has a gold lead. He's doing well individually in terms of farm and in terms of kill participation, even though he's died the 3 times. He's gotten value for those deaths. So ulting towards top side to get that wave clear. NIP's draft is very much about, well, what can they do from this point in the game? The gold lead isn't really there. Assume is 2 kills in, of course, did die in that last attempt, giving Elk back the kill. But NIP, if they don't get value in the next 5 minutes or so, I do get worried. So I do get worried once the, I suppose the next item will be strong too, but Hung, you okay then, buddy? Well, it's better than, you know, dying for cancelling a recall in the tower like we saw him do last year, you know? But, just tidal. I guess the minion wave needed watering. Yeah, he ults it for the wave clear, question mark. Goes into the enemy jungle. Manages to force the defender of the bot lane tower away anyway. So what's the next big play? Herald up in 20 seconds. Often is something that is fought around now. We're seeing a lot of battle heralds used, and that can turn your next fight. So I think a lot of teams are now viewing Herald as a chance to win the next fight, or save someone in the next fight, because it is genuinely a very important tool. We did think about this. Hang on a second, Xiaohu, you don't want to jump up there. Maybe the Vi Ahri can't kill him at once, but maybe the Rumble can after managed to get out of the charm, though. Did have the tenacity on the boots. Kag and stopped, and even though he gets the kill, he can't dash out to safety. Very, very close. The upgraded Merc Treads are the difference there, and honestly, the last stack of the Rod of Ages, the third one. Oh, the culling getting damage onto both the back end of Jeje and Hung jumping forwards now as a scene using the power of that Lucian Milio. The first items you were saying NIP will trade 1 for 1. I think they're lucky. Well, no, they're unlucky to not get Xiaohu more cleanly there. The charm was not connected. It did not connect, rather, because the tenacity was too high from the Rise, allowed him to break the CC combo. I thought with the 3 people there, the Vi Ahri should have been quite an easy kill. Managed to flash away, though. Jumping forward as Elk. Whenever the Lucian is without the Enchanter, the Corki wins that. It really is the Vigilance passive unlocked by the Enchanter, which makes the Lucian kind of go into overdrive. Yes, I know the defender of the bot lane tower was already walking away. I'm aware of that when Nami cast ult in completely the wrong direction. I was trying to be, I don't know, diplomatic. You know, nice. Other words like that. By the way, Zucker is like a solid 30 CS up in Hoya, by the way. I think what happened was in some of the rotations, I think that Assume ended up picking up the waves that Hoya didn't, maybe. That's how he's ended up kind of bringing the CS lead. Well, it's been fairly stable from lane lead. Oh, maybe Zucker just missed farm. Maybe he just ended up... Well, he got zoned away from the bot lane turret, of course. I'm trying to think about where does 30 CS come from, you know? It's not a small amount, that. Herald started. Ults are back up again from NIP after using them on ill-fated attempts of mid lane. And oh, Weibo want to fight. Weibo want to fight. Sion could come in for a teleport. Guwon's going in. Pantheon steals another objective because of course he does. It's Jeje jumps forward. He is going to save his life for now. Did they manage to walk over again? Zucker, please just walk over and get the Herald. That would be really useful. I guess they don't need him to. Joel goes down and Sion just walks forward. Elk, please come on, go over the wall. doesn't kill Care. Very, very close. It ends up being a 2 for none, and the Herald steal. JJ's smite key remains one of the very best in the LPL.
He's just a little fox and has 3 HP.
I'm just a little fox. I've only got 3 HP.
I don't even drop any loot.
I don't even work here. Second item picked up by Assume on that back. Would have loved that for the last fight, but now he's 800 gold behind. Guon is the gold lead still for it's the sole gold lead for his team. Sion chose to ult up river instead of teleporting. This is the problem with Vi into Nami as well. When you jump forwards, there's a good chance the tidal wave ends up blocking you from the rest of the team. This is why we're saying when it comes into the 5v5, the Nami and the Sion are probably just going to be better. Zika walks forwards and just gets a ton of damage, even with just his shield. Gets the Q knockup as well. Very, very close to not getting that knockup as Hoya would have walked out of range. Now Weibo take themselves the Herald, have themselves 3k gold lead as a team which arguably scales better with Ryze, Sion. You know, the Nami, as we said, in this team kind of team comp as well. If they get this Dragon as well, it's sole point. NIP, what do they do now? Their ults are coming up in about 10 seconds. They don't have them now. Draw goes to low HP. Luckily, the Frostbomb lands, otherwise I think that would have been too much HP taken away for NIP to contest. They're also looking up now, and there you go. They have them. Care on a flank. Oh no, the sweeper runs out just as he's looking for that flank angle. He needs to look for these angles. But now they know about it. Now they know what's going to happen here. Elk positioning on the other side of the dragon. Oh, Elk is a battle. Oh my god, the Corky's found a new helicopter. He's got a sweet new ride. He's got a sweet new ride. Where's he going though? You don't have an 80 carry. He's in the car. Get out of the car. You got to fight. Elk comes out, but not before Shao. He's died. I don't know. The Uber driver took him around the block. Walking on to Care now. Doesn't have any extra ult charges, but just get the W movement speed, and the blast comes there. Oh, Elk. I'm gonna have to imagine that was a misclick, folks, because suddenly that's a 2 for 9 and NIP are winning the fight. Care might end up dying on the other side of this. He's used the W for the move speed. Doesn't have the flash. He will die here. The question is, what can NIP get? While the Fox is taking him on a merry ride themselves. Slow lands. Goodbye, Care. It was fun, but not to be. NIP don't end up getting themselves the Dragon, it's worth knowing. Guon ended up recalling because he went so low. That was just so funny. That was just so funny, folks. Yeah, not so sure about that one. Just, I'm gonna have to imagine it was a misclick. Just, I guess it, yeah. And then, of course, he just turns around and goes, well, I'll get a Battle Hound. If he jumps out there, then he gets Vi-ulted and dies. The Nami ultimate goes into Narnia, because I think the rest of the team just panics and goes, oh, bloody hell, what's happening with my AD carry? Tries to use it as a Battle Hound, and credit to him, kind of does. Does get 2 knockups along the way. But then the problem is, just, oh wait, Assume's died. Oops. And Dragon is now being taken by Weber. So despite, oh god, despite the hard work of NIP, they can't even get anything off of it. Guon had to back at the end of the fight. The 2 kills were nice, but they don't end up really winning anything for NIP. The comp needed to do more by this point. And we did say, look, composition-wise, nameplates off, Weibo have the better draft. Nameplates on, we think that Guon and Care are comfortable enough for these champions that'll be an interesting game. And I suppose it has been an interesting game, but tell you what, Zerka's had a great game on the Sion. Might even be my player of the game so far. Sion's had a lot of impact so far. You know, that initial first kill onto Guon as he went for the invade, just somehow walking into bot side. Always been at every fight. The Herald fight was huge from him. Right there, another pick in mid lane. Impactful game from Zika so far. Jump forward from Assume. That's not a bad tidal wave. That's a 3-man knock at that time. Knowing that there are 4 people in his team, 5 people in his team. Oh, Elk's got in and he's going to get burned down. Where are the resets coming through? Do they have enough damage? Q lands. The bubble is good, but I think Hung will die. Anyway, another reset for the Ahri. Double kill over to Care. Those Dark Steel stacks starting to rack up now. Making up for the ones he lost earlier. Zucker's going to die. And as we were saying, NIP needed to do more by this point in the game. They delayed a little bit, but they do end up finding themselves. The play charm goes wide. Would have been another kill potentially if that had landed. Shao actually turning back onto Assume and damn near taking out the Lucian with them. 3 tails in. No, Shao's not ended up being dissuaded. The Q lands onto him on the way back. They don't quite have the damage. That Ryze is just so tanky. Just used his E and he'll go down, even though the flash away thought perhaps he would get out to safety. An instant turnaround from NIP. Even up the gold lead from 3,000 to none. Take the mid lane turret. Care. 6 Dark Steel stacks after losing 5 earlier. NIP well back on the board. Elk flashing forwards after the reset. Catches draw out on the recall. So that is... Wait, how many kills in the last minute? It's like 6 kills in the last minute, something like that. A lot of people dead, folks. A lot of people dead. So it's a good tidal wave this time. Elk is disengaged for, and then he walks further forwards. He didn't have to do that. No, by walking up like that, he ends up unlocking the play again. Not safe from Elk. He already used that, you know, defensive capabilities from himself and his supports. Allows the resets to come through. Very quick reaction time from Guon. His 5 very important. Okay, now we're just getting silly with it. Baron started. NIP, they do have their cooldowns back up again. They have the Scion who can tank it for a long time. Does he want to ult out of the pit to start the fight? I mean, Milio's in base, so NIP didn't have everyone there with them for the fight, but Weibo, of course, didn't know that. Did have some vision down as the enemy jungle. Baron start, not that useful for them. Almost at the 1 kill a minute mark. We have definitely upped our rate of death very much in the last minute or two. There's a Seekers for Xiaohu now. That's really important. He does delay his actualizer spike a little bit. But he is going to be very, very happy with the ability to shrug off a Vi-Ari combination. Elk and Valkyrie over towards that red buff. Both teams taking red buff now. That'll potentially allow them to fight a little harder around the Baron. I think if you take the red buff now, there's not a good chance of you using it for the dragon spawn, because sometimes the setup is delayed. They can use it for the Baron right now. You don't want to delay it too long anyway. Almost the third item in from Elk. Elk's going for the Collector third. I mean, his burst is a little stronger. I mean, I do like the Hex Optics. I do like Hex Optics as a third item for Corki right now. Particularly because he does auto attack at max range quite a lot. Assume very likely going toward the Lord Dominus. Lord Dominus regards himself, trying to cut down that Scion. Could be Serpents. Oh, that's true. Could be Serpent's Fang. Would that matter? I guess it does into the Milio. That's a fair point. It's just that typically I see the Corkis go for that Collector third. You typically want a crit item third because it gives you that ability to transition out of your you know, your Triforce Muramana, which doesn't bring you any of that. That's true though. It could be the Serpents, and that would actually be... Would I prefer that? I would kind of like some crits on him. Well, I suppose the idea is that if it goes to 4 items and you've got a crit that... Oh, they spot Vi with that? So now the recall is off. They know that Vi is on the reset. Does that change anything? No, because NOP are away from the other team, really. Elk could jump forwards now, I suppose. Doesn't manage to. Dragon now in 10 seconds. NIP not able to get any vision down around the dragon. Not able to get themselves into the river. Lucky to get out of that Scion Q and the Corki poke. These skill shots from the Corki are going to really, really hurt. Does miss them there again. That's a rocket there, and again, about a fifth of the HP from one rocket. That stuff's scary. The big one's coming in next. The Cullen comes through, mainly into Pantheon's shield, though. JJ. If he wins this smite fight, he will be very, very much pleased with himself. He's had 2 smite steals already this game. Can he make it a third? JJ, our Prince of Thieves here in LPL. Poke isn't really landing. Zerka's taking a fair amount of damage, and the equalize is good. And he goes right along the red carpet. Elk is still alive, though. The enchants are doing the work, and Elk lives through the first part of the fight. So 1-for-1. The Scion has gone down. The front line has done their job, but now they can do it no longer. Hoya goes too far forward. Zerka almost gets him with a passive, and indeed does. Care gets the reset, but at the cost of his life. Weibo winning the fight. It won't be a smite fight. It'll just be with fists bad. And the knuckles are bloodied, but Weibo will come out standing tall. That's a 5-for-2 fight for them, losing top lane and support. I thought that when Elk Valkyried backwards along the line of the equalizer, I thought that was fight over, but just the ability to create distance between yourself and the follow-up has been so important for Elk. That's another great fight from Zerka, but look at this. I mean, the Valkyrie goes along the line of the equalizer. That should be a dead character. The Mikhails comes through. Ari does go into Zhonya's because he knows he has to dive deep so far from that, but they can't finish out because of the barrier. Sorry, the barrier's still even there, by the way. The heal, the extra enchanting value. He does end up getting the reset there. Care very nearly picks up 2 at the back end of that. He's trying his best, but I think the team comp just can't fight through the Scion. The Scion passive gets mad work. Very good game from that. Jumping forwards again, and Zucker's flashing forwards for a huge amount of damage from the shield of all things. Tidal Wave to block off one side of the fight. Weibo take another 2. They have the Mountain Soul, and they'll walk over towards the Baron. Guon goes down. No Smite available. Another Guon is 1 and 6. I do think that on the whole, his jumps forwards have been pretty good. There have been a couple which have been distanced out, but it's the problem with playing into stuff like the Corki as that Vi. NIP just didn't do enough early enough. They needed to snowball. I thought that NIP, you know, they've shown a capability of doing that with these kind of compositions before. But Weibo have managed, well, they had a very good start to the game. And despite that disastrous fight in mid lane, after Elk walked forwards, they have managed to walk away. Very confident in their 5v5s, jumping forwards, land the charm. If he had done that, perhaps... Well, I don't know. Those are Mikhail's there. There's a Mikhail's there, a flash, and a Seeker's. Not really leading to that much, so it's... I guess it's a... it would have been a charm for an item cooldown. Cast 6 kill. Oh my god, he just kills him with the fast one. Gorn goes down. Gorn is not tanky. And Elk has 8 kills. It was the Collector third. And that there actually makes a big difference. Fair play, the Collector makes a difference. Weibo, they've just been playing a little bit better around their burst windows, a little bit better around getting members into the right position at the right time. Not like NIP haven't had big plays themselves. Charm not able to stop the Valkyrie cat. Didn't have the ult or the flash to help that happen either. Base will be broken in the top lane. Sion shepherding in through the mid lane as well. I don't know why I just thought about Shepherd Sion. There's actually nothing sheep related in his kit, but just imagine we have like a Shepherd's Crook and like, I guess his ult would turn him into a sheep, which would, look, this is very flimsy. We'll workshop it, please. Not quite as good as Cassandra Claws. Go on over the back, looking for your creative angle. Again, has flash, has ult, waiting for his Q cooldown. I was about to say the snowball lands. I've been playing too much ARAM. That's going right into the clump, but again onto the Corki. He's going to immediately... No, he won't immediately die, but he does anyway. Almost thought he would live that. The Enchanter value coming up strong. Zucker will die. Goes into the passive form. Reset comes through. 2 kills to the side of NIP. Good angle from Guon. This is why he is so important to his team, especially on picks like the Vi. Nice angle from Guon. Didn't even take his flash. Just goes straight into the clump. Elk goes down, even with the barrier, the heal, and all the enchanting value. You can see what NIP's comp wants to do. Serpent's going for Assume now, by the way, after going for the LDR third. Amazing to see how NIP cannot do this type of engage reliably. It's because they have no vision control and they can't engage past the Sion very easily. And also, as we've seen, Guon has died on almost every engage attempt. So, I think they're looking for that kind of engage. It's just trying to thread the needle as that kind of comp is very difficult once you get to this kind of gold lead. And of course, the objective lead too. Killing him through a Mountain Soul and the Enchanted. That's a hard thing to do. There's a GA now on Elk too. Who's just said, well, I'd like to not die immediately again. So we'll have a second life now. I don't think NIP will be able to burn through that a second time. Yeah, and that's the other thing, right? Sion and Nami, both very good at disengaging, as we said. Vi into Nami, kind of annoying, because Nami, well, Vi will fly through, hang on a second, jump forwards. They'll take the inner turrets, avoiding the burst dead is assumed by dashing backwards. Sion ulting around the back and trying to sideswipe. Oh, and it's a 1-2 punch, and Assume is down for the count. KO! Care goes in, will not be able to get himself any resets because his dive buddy is not for the first time, but for the 8th time this game. Dead, buried, gone to the grey screen. Forced out of his own base. Weibo with the side swipe, with the ult coming through from Hung as well. We'll end this game here and now. It will be on this push with 2 members dead. I don't really think they've got enough to defend the Nexus. They'll try to use the Flame Spitter, but that'll just put him into a position where he dies again. Xiao, who combos down for little Milio, who couldn't. There's a redemption to try and get some damage, but it won't be enough. Of course it won't be enough. Game 1 will go to the visiting team, Weibo, in NIP's arena at Shenzhen. NIP will have to think again. Outscaled, outplayed. Weibo 1-0 on the board. Yeah, I'm not going to blame Care for that game. Care on the Ahri was doing very good at diving into Hell's Mouth and coming out. largely with pretty good team fights with some decent resets. I just feel like they left it a little too late to make their plays. A little too late. Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL stream, brought to you by me, Nymaera. Hello, it's me. You might be wondering where the camera is. I'm taking the camera off today. Sam's taking a break as well, and Angie's just hanging around in the background. So, I don't know, just wave to Angie. You can wave, but not not to the camera. Yeah, she's waving. You can. Yeah, I'll let you know that. And yeah, folks, if you've been enjoying what you've been hearing, what you've been listening to, what you've been learning from the stream, the community which you're interacting with, please think about dropping a follow. Think about dropping a like if you're on YouTube, commenting, subscribing. These things do make a difference. This is my job. There is no official LPL broadcast anymore because it was shut down at the end of 2024. Any LPL stream you see now is a co-stream. What that means is that we are not paid to bring you the LPL, which means that to deliver to you the 1,000 games of LPL per year, or thereabouts there are for this region, we need your help. The only thing which keeps us afloat is your support, your continued viewership, and also just things like, you know, like I said, liking, commenting, subscribing, talking about the streams on social media, posting a clip on Twitter, on Reddit. It makes a difference. It does. That's our marketing, because, you know, we don't have an LCS, LEC, LCK broadcast anymore. That's gone. Yes, I know there's LPL English, but they're also a co-stream, and this also applies to them. Help them out. Make sure that they've that you're giving them support too. Wherever you want to watch the LPL, make sure you're supporting them, because if you don't, it might not be there for forever. That's the message I'm getting across. Anyway, that's game one done. I'm going to have to put an ad break on to make sure that we get rid of that pesky pre-roll, and we'll get ready for game 2 of the series. And I'll take a drink while we're on a break. Player of the game. I think it's Sion. Although JJ had some really good smite steals, I think it's Sion. I think the Sion was really, really good. Maybe I should get myself a thing. Hey, thanks for the follow. Cool, let's go. Appreciate you. I might get myself a snack. I might get myself some food. Yeah, folks, I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'll leave you with the highlights, and I'll I gotta do. Oh yeah, that's a thing. I gotta. Actually, I tell you what I could do is I need to put something on screen for the adverts, because sometimes it causes some issues. What do I do with that? I need to have something to put on screen. I could do words on stream. I'm just worried that opening up a browser hurts my PC. Yeah, I think. What? What the heck is this? I'm slated to be at work for another 6 hours, and I'm not sure I'm going to be able to pull through. I could boot my pants to go home with sick leave. Sure. That sounds like a Blackadder sketch. Sounds like a Blackadder sketch. Yeah, just go bleh. Just, yeah. Just put food in the blender and go bleh, and then throw some at the wall and go, guys, they've got a problem. Come in here. Oh, shit. Oh, good game. Oh, you've been 6 since Monday? Oh, well, look after yourself. I know, at least in Germany right now, there's a new strain of COVID going around, so be careful, everyone there. At least that I saw some. Well, no, okay, I saw someone tweeting about it, and it was from a. I hope I'm not spreading disinformation. And to be honest, there will always be new variants around of it. Sure. Actually, I might quickly fry up one of the potato thingies. Yeah, I'm gonna go do that now, actually. Okay, right, folks, I'm gonna be right back, and I'll leave you the stream. Oh my god. Yeah, Angie's your substitute teacher, so, you know, be nice.
It is time to spread misinformation.
Harold, why have you been awake for 24 hours? I'm back. Yeah, but if you're like sick, you should be sleeping out. Insomnia. Insomnia. I keep seeing the arcane art book on the counter there. I really wanted to. I could be sneaky and just change the title of the stream. Okay, have a good night. Yeah, is there still copyright issues with it?
Yeah, and sometimes when we don't have stuff full screen, it has issues with this too, but we'll see what happens.
Yep, that's all your fault, Duo. I hope you feel good about that. I'm sure a lot of people are gonna fight you on that tier list, by the way. Also, I am a boomer, so like, does /s mean sarcasm or is that serious? First I sarcasmed, then I serious. Yes, okay.
They told me what /s means.
Oh, sarcastic.
Yes. I am autistic, so I need a little help.
Okay. Okay. Wait, you're missing that? Wait, you're missing the REKW emote? Really? Huh. Oh, serious is serious and S is sarcasm? Yeah. Oh, I didn't know LHJ. I didn't know that one actually. Did I put an outbreak on? I did. Cool. All right. Now I have some radish and Reiberkuchen. That was potato pancake. Cool. All right. That makes sense. It is grated potato in Venice. Hello. What's up, Harold? Can you send me donuts? Sure. Where from? Rumble. Wait, but like, you're not in Berlin. That's gonna take like several business days. Almost dropped a fork. I didn't though. Okay, let's get into game 2, shall we?
Chopsticks.
Yeah, I don't really want to eat potato pancake with chopsticks. I think that would be not very useful actually. Okay, let's change the music over. I missed the playoffs music we had. We had like this, we had this one track which just sounded like we had like some Mass Effect style music, and then there was one which sounded like the Snowspeeder run on Hoth from Star Wars. Just Runeward them? Yeah, exactly, just Runeward them, yep. Can NIP bounce back in game 2? I mean, they're a good team, I think they can do. I think they're actually a decent set of players. I think we're seeing that, if you can disengage Guwon's creative engages, this team does look a lot more mortal though. into the draft for game 2, NIP versus Weibo. Java and Oriana banned once again by Weibo on their side. And Bessa banned away, Nocturne to a lot of the dive comps. Varus kind of powerful here now, though. Particularly with a lot of the threat removed. I think, weirdly, Varus isn't really a game 1 pick anymore. Even though I do think he is still probably strongest AD carry. Just because there's so many dive threats onto him that he can't survive via Oriana, Nocturne Oriana, Jarvan, you know, stuff like Akali as well. Aurora also in there. Varus is left unbanned. I think in the first game it was important to ban the Varus because the Rumble was up at the same time. And it meant that the Varus Rumble trade, particularly for NIP, was very powerful because they use it to counter the Rumble. Shinzo potentially the first pick. Well, I guess that does make sense. Almost all of the early game junglers are down. You have Wukong, who doesn't really beat him until one item, well, level 6 maybe, and then Wukong. Oh, Ashe Seraphine's up. So wanting to deny the Ashe Seraphine plus Xin Zhao triple combo. So you lock the Ashe Seraphine here. I don't think you want the chance of the Seraphine being taken away, because the Ashe doesn't feel very good without that. So they get themselves priority bot lane. Elk, one of our best Ashe players in the LPL too, and a long history of that now. There's no Lulu to buff up the Xin Zhao now, and there's no Nami, because typically the Xin Zhao does want an enchanter to buff him up. No Milio even, no Nami, no Lulu, no Karma. So you're going to have to go to something like the Nautilus, which has done quite well versus the Ashe Seraphine in some cases. You can go for stuff like, you know, Misfortune Nautilus. You know, weirdly, folks, this might actually be an okay Mel angle. Just lock the Mel right now. Kai'Sa Nautilus? I think Kai'Sa just gets decked in the first few levels too much. Assume is a Draven player. I don't know how Draven does against this duo. I'd imagine you can get kited. Ashe is actually pretty good versus. They lock in the Jhin. If you lock Cassante now, isn't this already just a horrible situation from NIP? You have no Enchanter, and you've got a low damage ADC against tanks. Like, Jhin Nautilus is fine, but I feel like if you're going to play into the Seraphine, don't you just want to explode the bot lane if you're going to play the Nautilus? Now if Weibo just locks a couple of tanks, like Skarner's not bad here. Honestly, you could Skarner, that'd be fine. Don't love the Renekton. Yeah, the Renekton, I would have preferred something tankier. In either position, the jungle or top lane locked in right now. So it is a good Renekton plan. He is. It's a good blind pick. You ban away the Gnar. What else do you ban away? You can ban away Cassante or Jax, I suppose. Probably the Cassante. Oh, Kennen. Yeah, Kennen. Ban that away too. Hoya does play a lot of the AP top lanes right now. Skarner is banned away. Oh, did you see who player of the game was from game 1? Oh, Pantheon's player of the game. Cool. I mean, very good smite skills. I think it should have been Sion, but very good smite skills. Mel is banned away. I did say that Mel was actually looking pretty keen. Mel is like the best. Mel is the best overall answer to Ashe Seraphine because you just deny their ultimates basically. You can never really throw Ashe or Seraphine not willy-nilly at her. LeBlanc banned away. Interesting. Does that mean that Care wants to play something weaker in lane? Care can still go towards Azir, by the way. That will also be fine here. Azir's not awful against this composition right now. Oh yeah, we haven't seen the Hubris Ashe build yet in Pro. Keep your eyes open for that. Oh, now that'd be different. Olaf with the Seraphine? Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You can run down the Nautilus, you can run down the Xin Zhao, and you have an enchanter to keep yourself alive. I like this draft quite a lot from Weibo. I like it quite a lot. Oh, we get the Varus top lane. Well, okay. So, good news for Red IP. Varus destroys the Renekton. Very strong matchup. Bad news for Weibo. You've still got a mid laner to pick. And you are such a ridiculously squishy team. You're probably just going to get one shot. I think NIP's team is way too squishy. They're against an enchanter with none. With the Talia there as well, which also helps against so many of these champions. It's a global. I think Weibo have smashed this draft, folks, and I think that NIP, the first pick Xin Zhao was a little bit risky because you give the Ashe Seraphine over. I think that the Jhin was a mistake. I know Jhin and Varus in the same team, 2 long-range AD carries, but the Olaf running at them with the Seraphine Enchanter is just nasty. Gonna go on a quick outbreak, folks. If you want to hear us talk about the drafts, subscribe and stuff. Coming in now. All right.
What do my ears hear? 2 meow meows.
Yes, I know. Two of Andrew's very favorite champions, the Jhin and the Varus. Sadly, I think they're probably going to get mauled by a couple of undertows by Olaf, and it's going to be very, very bad.
That's okay, it will be funny.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. NIP, if they don't hyper stomp lane, it's gonna be a difficult watch, I think. Okay, alright. Close your eyes, you don't need to see this. Okay, let's listen to those gyros. I really like this arena's acoustics. I've said this before, but the reverberation of sound is really nice. Hung's getting good skill shot accuracy there right now. The hook does land onto him, and that's why the Nautilus can be very scary. He's down to very low HP already, actually. Q goes back onto both, though. Typically, the AD carry HP is more important than your support HP. And yeah, well, Weibo get the better of that. Good initial damage, but no kill threat. No one's running Ignite here, of course. It's the heals instead. Top Varus against Renekton. Olaf, nah. Thing is, though, the top Varus very good into Renekton. Very bad into Olaf. Hey, Tat, great to see you. How you doing? Look, we haven't caught up in a while. Oh, that's the nasty stuff. The Q stacks getting popped. Doesn't even need the E. You know, there's so many extra random things that the Varus just does very well against the Renekton in terms of the E giving you the anti-heal against the Renekton. Oh, what skin is this again? This is one of the nice ones. I can't remember which one it is though. Is this Empyrean? It's not Darkstar. It looks similar.
Empyrean.
Yeah, it is Empyrean. I knew it. I'm clever sometimes. Assume left under turret. I guess Nautilus took another heavy trade. The poke from the Seraphine is overwhelming at the first few levels. Yeah, Ashe Seraphine, folks, it's nasty. This is why, look, Jhin is pretty good in the early lane. Ow, that's actually almost killed him. Out goes the last sword, he kills him. He's under turret though. The hook comes in just in time. And it'll be a 1-for-1. Assume it's still on 9 CS though. Make no mistake, this is still bad with a capital B for an IP. Oh, it does die. Does blow that flash. But he's still going to come back with a cult. Still not going to miss a huge amount. If he had lived there and managed to push in another wave, that would have been a disaster. Absolute disaster. First blood, of course, extra gold as well nowadays. I kind of miss... I don't miss when the feats of strength maybe not get extra gold from first blood. Potential flick back in the mid lane. Not sure that landed by looking at the minimap. Actually, it probably did, actually. Look at the HP. Must have missed the flick back animation. Olaf walking around the back of bot lane. Oh, there's no flash on draw. Isn't that just a dead Nautilus if he walks in? I guess he wants a quick reset, but can't he just walk at the Nautilus? Yeah, can't he just walk at them? Oh, this is really, really bad for them. The hook's been used on the wall. Draw will have to try and get himself his passive auto onto him, and he does. It gets the root flashed away from. Draw will go down. It's another kill to Alk. They overpushed. The wave crash was set up, and there was no one there to help them complete that. This is the thing about dying under turret and dying in lane. If the wave state goes away from you and your team doesn't have a plan, you have to be aware of where the enemy jungler can be, because right there it was. That's a nice chrono by the Renekton, by the way. It's the Evangelion one. I got sidetracked. But yeah, the death under turret from Assume meant that the wave went into that slow push situation, which is death as soon as it's an unsupported crash. JJ, good die from him. Did blow that flash, didn't want to get Jin rooted into full shot, and I can understand that. Oh no, it's not your bad at all, Tack. Don't worry about it. Just realized we haven't talked in a while. Hope you're doing well. Wait, Automod got you for saying that draw was a good hook? Okay, no, that does make sense. That does... Yeah, no, I understand RT funny jokes about support champions, but yes, I can understand Automod having an issue with that. Okay, so NIP, they needed to have lane go really well. Top lane's going well. Oh, the hook's onto the minion, don't quite get that last hit onto him. His shields tank up a lot, but then you just get ran down. Walking up to try and get the passive auto, not able to get that because Elk steps back. Does get the Riptide to get some extra slow. Good Q there from Hung onto both people. That's really the top tier Seraphine. That's your #1 hit. Getting your Q damage onto both people in early lane is really nasty. Hoya will get himself another plate here, I believe. Actually, not sure if he did. Got the cannon there, did Zuka? Yeah, I see Hoya, significant CS lead. You expect that. You need that on the Varus versus the Renekton. Well, versus any top lane, really. This is the series standing between us and an email series later. Yeah, because folks, next series is BLG WE. And while Monkey's a very creative jungler, and I think that Karis does have a decent upper level, BLG, if they don't richly execute WE, it will be a grand surprise. Hey, who knows? Maybe BLG's Game 1 curse will come back. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe it'll give us something more interesting to happen in that series. Dragon getting taken. JJ on the other side of the map, though, not caring about that at all. Shao, who has an ultimate. Oh, if they kill the Varus, that is just disaster for NIP. This is why when BLG play top lane champions like this, or top lane carries, they just ignore dragons to make sure they cover top lane more, because if you die in situations like this, it is really, really bad. Hoya still has flash, will flash away. Not bad from him. Lands the Varus ult on the back end of it. We'll get half the HP off there. So that's flashing all off of Zerka. They don't get the kill. One of the reasons why the Talia has fallen off quite a lot is that it feels like your damage just isn't that good on the champion now. There was a point where it just felt like Talia was kind of, hang on a second, there's no level 6 on him, does have the flash. Hung caught out. Okay, that's not good, Hung. You got to make sure that when everyone's showing top lane and flashing in on top lane, you are safe on bot side. The cross map was clearly a factor there from NIP. It was on the table. Didn't respect it. Elk and Hung, wave was away from them, but you know, you had flash there, presumably just flash the hook knowing you're in so much danger. Good gank by God, by Gu on that. Of course, his first game, we could see the issue with him kind of full sending it, and it's against a disengaged team. Now, I understand why he pulled the trigger as many times as he did, but because he was the go button, him and Care didn't quite get that playmaking off early enough though in the last game. Missing there, Hungin's into mid lane, doesn't have the encore just yet. The sweep missing from Care. Very close, tried to go for a quick one because Xiao, who had flash, that's why he didn't delay it and try and take another step forwards. Quicker that combo comes out, the less likely there is for a flash reaction in that case. Not gonna lie, I think that just would have been flash out from Xiao. I don't think they would have killed. But still, not missing the opportunity to get that summoner. Not the best. Grub started by an IP, JJ just farming his merry way up as well, going towards first item, first item Strikebreaker. Normally it is, but first strike and Sunder Sky could be in there too. There's a lot of things can go from that. The Varus ult lands. While it doesn't have flash, does have the exhaust. Guon is here. Can you get the damage down? He will be able to turn one back. 1 for 1. Zucker killed by the Shinzo. The thing is, it's still good for him. Well, it's still good that Hoya doesn't get the kill. He would have loved the kill onto the Varus himself so he can get some more gold in that matchup. Flash has been used by Guon and his ult as well. And it did mean that NIP had to peel off of the grubs. Ooh, did he get that one? No, he didn't. Very close though. Draw rooted in place. Damage isn't really there yet from Elk. He'll have to slow burn him down. Doesn't have that first time Kraken Slayer or something like that through. Assume cleanses. The depth charge used to trade back well. The root lands. The Seraphine really nasty with that stuff. Ash ult was used, of course, in the play too. That's what they was cleansed away. No encore just yet. Kill more one. Oh, I think if they killed one more minion, Hun could have gotten himself to level 6. Maybe looked for a kill. Not quite though. Hey, Andrew, I get to see you. JJ hanging out in the bush. So where all the cool people are right here. Wait, hang on. Wait, yeah, okay, so the way it's crashing it, let's ignore the connotations of that. Okay. Fair play, I mean. Zucker, this is what happened in topside, gets the slice dice. Empowered W3. Flick back on as well. But you see the damage from Talia is not crazy. Hey, B2B, thanks for the follow. Please don't say you followed for that. Please, that would... When are we getting a Jay-Z Seraphine skin so there can be an encore drop? That'd be great. Can we get the Collision Course version? Can we get the Numb Encore? I would... There. Oh, that whole album was so good with Jay-Z, man. Especially when that was kind of at a time... Look, obviously Linkin Park were a fusion band anyway, and New Metal. It was like... Oh, hang on. Bit of CC landing. The W onto Hung, though, does have flash, does have the encore, doesn't catch care, but he has to backstep it. Anyway, you didn't need to be there, Go. The arrow is going... It's going somewhere! It's getting bloody close to the Varus! Despite it not being the initial target, Hoya will not get pinned by that one. Xiaohu trying to participate how he can. I'm not convinced by Talia as a pick. He's not going to get that cannon there. Didn't quite get himself the into range of that. Didn't want to put himself in range of the shuffle, I suppose, knowing that there were some people off the map like the Nautilus. That would have been so funny if it missed the initial fight and just nailed Varus on the top lane. Dragon started by NIP to take that first one. Of course, the first time they took a dragon, it very nearly cost Hoya his life. Didn't, though. That was important. It didn't. Elk is now 800 gold ahead, by the way. Jeja does not have ultimate. Walks around the corner. Dies. Yeah, that'll happen when you don't have the Ragnarok. Still a quarter of his cooldown remaining. Jeja was actually very good at contesting objectives in that first game. This time too risky. And the Shinzao with the Hexplate. Not Shinzao. The Hexplate first on the Olaf, not the Stride Breaker. I forgot that the build's changed. Gets, you know, does have the lower ult cooldown, but hang on, the slow lands onto a scene. It's a little bit risky, a little bit dangerous there. The approach velocity activated from runes. Look how much damage he just gets to chase you down with. Extra damage there. The arrow's up now. Cleanse was up in just a second. Well, with me, maybe I would have fired the arrow off a cooldown, see if you could look for something there. Would have needed to use the flash as well, but there was actually a kill angle. Uses it now, goes wide. And can he get this recall stop? Yes, he can. Assume forced off the turret again. Yeah, Assume's having a hard time. Very hard time. I think the draft's not helping, but I just don't see what the Jin's going to do. I just don't see what the Jin's going to do. He's got steel caps first. You know, understandable. Oh, hey, Montes, how's it going? Yeah, Blade told us you went to sleep. What's up with that? First game was actually really, really bloody. We had like 1 minute where we had something like 8 random kills happen because there was a big fight in mid lane and then people came back and fought again. Yeah, that happened. It's a fun game. It's a fun game. You know, and I picked a very aggressive draft. They just couldn't quite get themselves on the board early. It was Weibo that managed to not stall out the game, but they got ahead and they got into team fights with a Scion draft against like a full squishy team. Fair, Montes, fair. Okay, Zika in the bot side. 20 CS down. He's doing alright. I honestly are keeping up with the Varus. This is not a game-winning lead from the Varus. And it's not like the Jhin is that fed either, so it's, you know, it's NIP not in a particularly happy place with that. Do you remember when Taliyah's minefield was a little different shape? It was a little like shorter and wider, a little bit more square-like. I remember that. Used to be a bit more like a cone than a line. Or a block. JJ going into the enemy jungle. Is a level up on Guon. Shinzao does not beat Olaf like this. Hang on, do they land the arrow? Oh, he reacts in time, but he doesn't get the right direction. Go on. Well, that's a bit excessive, sending 4 people at him. That's a bit much, folks. They kill him anyway, and they'll take his red buff as well. I guess he took the wife and kids too. Olaf now on top side. Does have Ragnarok if he wants to go for an extended play onto Hoya. In fairness, it was 2 ults. It was the Ashe arrow and the Taliyah ults. Xiaohu. We'll see, eventually see Hoya coming out of this brush. I think Xiaohu knows he's in the brush. That's why he's sticking away from it. Doesn't want to get hit by a free Varus. Oh, he missed another cannon. That's like the second one, Xiaohu. Or like the third we've seen on screen. It's a lot of them. Care taking the bot lane out of turret. Some good gold to them. The gold is not really that different between the two teams. It's not like Weibo super tanky either. Like, even though I think that Weibo have a better 5v5, and I do think they outscale, it's not like NIP don't have damage. It's not like they can't win fights. It's not like they were against a, you know, a champion which just doesn't take damage from them or something. You know? Herald taken by Weibo. Cull's been cashed in by Elk, by the way. Has that Kraken Slayer first item. I was wondering whether we'd see the Hubris Hex Optics build, which we were talking about on stream the other day. It seems really strong. You know, the Dirk is really good for your poke. It's technically less auto attack uptime DPS early game, but the Dirk build, Dirk is always very good on early game Ashe. Then with Hubris, if you get that first kill in the fight, get yourself the extra AD, the Hex Optics for the extra range as well. Basically gives you double reset items. It's probably where the build came from, actually, just thinking, oh, how many items can I reset with? Not many, but those ones. Quote-unquote reset. I mean, like, get the bonus once you get that first kill. Dragon in 30 seconds. NIP looking for a soul point win condition. That'll be the big thing for them. Taliyah in the bot side jungle. Care pushing out bot lane. Good vision control from NIP right now. That's very sweet, Montes. Second item not there from Xiaohu yet. Might go towards that Shadow Flame. Ult pulled by the Varus onto the Renekton. He does have teleport. Well, Hoya does take a couple of tower shots there. Ult lands onto Cap. That's a problem. Encore afterwards. He has tenacity, though, from the extended, the upgraded Merc Treads. That's 2 ults for not that much, actually. He even committed the Seraphine Flash for that, so both bot. That's not great by Weibo. Big ults down onto a Merc Treads target. Not enough damage follow-up. Dragon is still alive. NIP don't feel emboldened to walk any further forwards, though. Care's going to recall. Dragon started. Doesn't look like there's going to be any contest. They'll give it up. NIP, despite buying those ultimates, choose not to go for the fight. Ooh, close. Heal was used alongside the W for the movement speed there from Hung to get out of the Varus ultimate. Almost certainly would have been a kill. One of the things we've noted about Seraphine is that particularly when she falls behind, just doesn't build Mikhail's very early. Because you don't really build it as first item. If you don't have much gold, then, well, you just don't get it for significant portions of the game. Game has definitely been slower than that first one. No, Macro, I honestly consider that a big compliment, because that's basically what I used to do with LCK. Because, you know, living in Europe, LCK was on very early morning. I'd like be half snoozing through the games when I like if I didn't wake up properly, I'd be like, okay, I'll just put it on, but I won't pay like crazy attention to it. So opposed like Monty Doe and Papa, but like and Atlas of course too. People which I grew up with as like my morning white noise a lot of the time. Oh, Hung doesn't have flash, caught out of position. Encore's not bad, but will die. Gonna be a trade though, 1-for-1 as Bjorn's gonna go down. Where's the rest of the fight? Elk goes down to half HP, but he's stunned and more falls in the queue. Active, that's a shuffle on the tower. Tucker does get a kill, 2 for 2 right now. The curtains are opening, it's looking good for NIP. As we said, they're not invincible. Definitely have some issues with tankiness later. Hoya gets a crazy amount of damage onto JJ and onto Elk as well. The top lane Varus, though it's not at a huge advantage, is still pretty terrifying if he starts getting rolling through his abilities and auto attacks. He has a Hex Plate himself, by the way. Not going for the Dusk and Dawn first. Wants more ultimates and more ability to use that ultimate aggressively. Yeah, gets the kill. Shuffles forwards, and Elk did not realize that he had barrier. Elk could have lived there. Chose not to use the summoner. Just didn't realize he was under threat. Easy kill for Care. Not a great fight. Need I say any more? You know, watch how much value Care gets in this fight. Initially, Hung's out of position. He shouldn't really be in positioning there without flash. He's not had a well, his early lane was pretty good, and then after it was a bit rough. Watch how Care plays this. Ends up sweeping the Renekton back under the turret. Hung Draw dies rather, but there's not that much he can do. The Varus ult starts to spread. Great play from Care and Hoya actually. Both of that. That was that a flash? I heard a flash. I definitely heard a flash there. You would have seen that was from the replay client. Baron's just going to go down, and NIP are in a good spot. Ash Arrow lands onto the Nautilus. I assume they're just going to straight up kill him. Yeah, Draws is going to try and delay, buy time, and indeed, he does. Top lane tower still standing from NIP. Need to be careful not to take too much damage before the rest of the team is in position. I wonder whether JJ should go around the back of the turret to try and cut off their avenue of escape. But I suppose Talia's there. Does he use a wall to cut them off? No, his ult's on cooldown. So actually NIP get out with 4. That is very unexpected. I think Weibo could have got an extra kill there. NIP, great play in that mid lane, catching out Hung out of position, snowballing that into a 1 fight, taking the Baron off of the numbers advantage. That gold graph is quite ping-pong. It's not the craziest width there. It's remained quite close across the entire game. Dragon in a minute. NIP didn't get the Infernal Dragon before, so they're still on 2. Not on 3. 2 dragons is... 2 dragons is significant, but 3 is where... yeah, 2 dragons is like a risk. It's a question. 3 dragons is a threat. That's where things become really spooky for the enemy team in terms of macro later on. Oh, it was a Hex... it might have been a Hex Flash. No, it has a different sound effect. Hex Flash has a different sound effect, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I think it was basically the replay client still open in the background. I think that might have just played the sound. So Dragon up in 20 seconds. Can Weibo fight this? The Azir turret in mid lane is making it pretty hard for them to approach that angle. NIP consistently good vision control around these objectives. Had good vision into the enemy jungle pretty much every time. Gin traps. Creating some extra mini wards around the mid lane. Baron buff helping NIP push in as well. Dragon is live now. Talia Wall's trying to catch someone out on their way from mid lane to Dragon. Doesn't quite manage it. Now that's an important tool down. JJ does have ults. Hard to get through this amount of damage. That Dragon goes down, but misses. I think if that had hit, That would have been very, very bad. Zucker, does he go for the ultimate? Yes, he does. He's got empowered. W he gets on to assume. The Jin stunned up. The encore is big and Hoya goes down. Guon goes down. So that's their front liner down. They still have their damage, though. Still have their damage. Varus ult was cast in the middle of the play. That's why I got confused there. My bad. Hey, Random, how's it going? Thanks for the follow. So it's 1 kill for Dragon. Baron buff. Well, the Baron buff is now at a significant negative play because they don't take any turrets. They lost their top lane out of turret. And they can't even use that push afterwards because, well, they take the dragon and they lose a member. So the Baron buff ends up doing nothing for NIP. The actual goal you get from killing the objective doesn't go crazy. Let's check in with some of those items now we're into this mid game as well after this replay. No, so this initial play, very close on the hook from Draw. There's a good set of blue trinkets. Spots out Draw. Zucker, rather. Gets onto a team and forces him away from the play. Guon caught out without casting his ultimate. Dies without it. That's a big mistake from him. I think if he cast that ultimate, bought some time, perhaps Hoya could have stood and fought. I'm not going to lie, between the last series and this one, not the best look from Guon. He is so important to NIP. He's such a creative player. He does play a very high-risk style, though. This is what you buy into with him, and you take the good with the bad when it comes to a player like this. Mikhail's is in for Hung now, importantly. Serpent's Fang second for Assume. Gonna get through the Seraphine Shields. This, I mean, the Jin, even though they're 3-1, realistically, the damage is coming from the solo lane, is not from the Jin, really. Protoplasm for Draw, trying to keep him alive. Other items, let's think about it. Well, we saw that Mikhail's from Hung already, right? Both 80 carries. Very different itemization, of course. 3.5 items for Elk. Full crits with the... Well, not full crits with the Kraken Slayer, but Phantom Dancer IE goes kind of wild. Very good movement speed. That's why the Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer kind of goes very hard, because this... It gives you an extra, what, 15% movement speed? Maybe 20% actually? It's a significant amount, because Kraken Slayer gives you 7, Phantom Dancer, does it give you 9% move speed? Somewhere between 15 and 20%. I forget the exact numbers on Phantom Dancer. So when you have both of them, and then you go for the Infinity Edge after, you're just really hard to lock down. It's hard to hit you with skill shots. You're a very immobile champion. The cleanse onto Hung after the Varus ult. The movement speed from Alp might be quite helpful here, but Care gets him anyway. Flashed away from one, can't get away from everything. The movement speed, well, not going to get you away from everything. JJ flashed across the wall. Great pick from NIP. Great pick from them. Is it going to lead to that much? Well, there's no Baron to go towards, because that's down already. It's a kill and 2 summoners away. It does cost the summoner of Care as well. Hoya was the one really starting that play, though, with the ult onto Hung. Not a bad pick attempt from NIP. It's not an easy composition to play this. Dusk and Dawn out from Hoya, of course, makes him very high damage. As long as he can get those abilities after that proc. Baron is now alive, and they're going to go towards it. Elk coming out of base now. Baron down to half HP. It's going down very quickly. They have a lot of damage onto it. Won't be able to get towards it. How many kills can they get on the retreat, though? That's the question. They get 1. Hoya caught out, has himself a flash. He will try and get over, but he's stopped before he can get there. 2 dead. NIP, negative Baron power play again. Remember, they got the first one. I'm not going to lie. I think that they're going to struggle to utilize this again. If Weibo start pushing the advantage now while they have the numbers advantage without coming out of base, do you reckon Weibo can push him into a negative power play again? Perhaps. Good vision control from NIP, but it doesn't help him really when they're at the numbers disadvantage. No Hoya, no draw. That Varus being down, very important. He has a lot of their damage. This is kind of becoming, how many Barons can they take and still not gain an advantage? Well, yeah. Hang on, there's teleporting behind them. Well, this is the thing. If Weibo find a good play before they can use the Baron buff, may become another one, which is not fantastic. Zucker's peeling off now. The Dragon's taken for free. I think Weibo were thinking, well, if they do go for the Dragon contest, we can go for a big play. NIP do have the one grab, they have the Baron, but they take the mid lane in the turret. It's going to get some golden pockets. Leah using that ultimate to separate the team a little bit, and it also funnels them into the Ash Shower. It means that you can't dodge it in both ways of the mid lane. If you're one side of that wall, you can't exactly dodge into it, can you? Zucker does have his Dominus to roll through right now. Kerr's walking over as soon as he's... Oh, there's a good flick back. Very good flick back from Xiao onto Kerr. Kerr has no flash. Uses that Seekers. Oh, the Encore's late. No, Hung, that's a bad Encore. That should have been a free kill. And now he's going to get caught out by the Hoya ultimate from the Varus. Oh, that might have been a game-losing flash ult from Hung on the Seraphine. If he hits the CC target as they... Or the targets they come out as Zhonya's, surely that's a free kill on the Azir. Flashes, mistimes. And it means that Kerr walks out. That's a huge miss from Hung. That genuinely might cost Weibo the game. That was looking like an okay situation, but it costs the Xiaohu and Hung their lives afterwards. That is a mess. That is a mess right there. Okay, cool. Just hoping that my internet was fine there, because I realized my laptop then just disconnected from the internet, but we're good. Good night, Monsters. Okay, Zerka walks forward. I mean, look, this bit is fine, right? So Kerr walks over for DPS. It's a very good flick back. And then, if you didn't flash, you would hit that. If you didn't flash, you would hit that on the timing. Kerr also, you know, slides to the side. But that would have been one kill. Perhaps he could have gotten the Encore through different angle as well. You don't need to flash for that. You just time it better. NIP, though, I mean, credit to them, managed to rally around Kerr, who's 4-0. He's had a good game on the Azir. The solo lanes from NIP, the standout really so far from NIP this game. The team fight's solid from both of them. Dragon up in 2.5 minutes. I mean, it's 2 dragons to 3. NIP, of course, do have that soul point now. JJ does get hooked by level 16. He goes into his big ultimate. Kerr gets hit by the Ash Arrow, but with the empowered Merc treads, well, it's a lot harder to keep them locked down from a long time. Where we just don't have the follow-up damage. Every time a bit of CC lands, I'm like, well, does it make that much of a difference? Sometimes a crazy amount of damage. Very nearly dies the W at the end. The Jhin, for all we groused about in Champion Select, I mean, if he's hitting the Seraphine, then yeah, he's going to do a ton of damage. Show his spell shield blown there. NIP, they're in a happy spot now. That it feels like, you know, Xiaohu's been trying to land these big combos. It's not like you one-shot with the Talir anymore, though. Jed's not been doing crazy amounts, nor has Zucker been able to one-shot. It's like the damage is not quite there when they need it to be. I mean, at least the laning phase was good from Hung, but there have been a couple of missteps now from him on arguably the most important support champion of the meta, which makes me quite worried. Look, Hung is good domestically on the whole, but remember last time he was on Weibo, he had a nightmare time. Then, of course, got changed for Erher, came back on top esports and did very well on top esports domestically. Missing JJ, would have traded ult for ult there. Zhonya's down from Hoya, which was even hard to kill. Double Zhonya's. The thing about the Zhonya's is it allows you, if you're isolated, to deny JJ getting extension on his ultimate, and the Zhonya's comes through there. Hang on a second, the root doesn't land. First bit does, but the second bit doesn't. Zucker, bro, you wouldn't fail that Renekton E 4 years ago. 2023 Zucker and 2022 Zucker was a different beast. Oh, he was so good. I really, the last year for Zucker, I felt so bad because he was really, really good on an awful team. No, that LMG team of 2025 felt like just such a waste of a part of Zucker's career, who has had some incredible moments across his time on LMG. Even when Weibo started this was pretty strong. IG before LMG, of course. Jhin, once he completes that next item, will be one-shotting. That's a worry for the Weibo. I think actually with Dragon coming up now, If Infernal gets taken by NIP, I think that's just game. I think that the damage is too much at that point. You don't want to trade Infernal Soul for Baron. You don't want to do that, Weibo. I think that's a mistake. Baron's coming up. You've got no teleport on Azir. Well, NIP aren't sticking to... I think NIP should just take the dragon. Just take the soul. It's such a big difference for you. They're looking for the contest, though. Baron at 2/3 HP. Talir ultimate keeps him away from... But the duration's not that long anymore. Zucker's on the flank and he gets Care. There's Baron's... It's also on the other side of the fight, though. Care slips them away. It's fine. Hun goes down. Jie is ripping through the ultimate into the backline. Guan does take down Elk as well. It's a one fight from NIP. I think they're very happy with this. Guess they didn't need the Infernal Soul. They just needed a chance to fight on their terms. Care will try and flash over the wall and not quite get it. Gets flipped backwards. Toya almost dies. Will to the minions, but it is a really very thin silver lining. And silver in this game. NIP will bring us to 3 games. Weibo, I thought they had the better composition. A couple of mistakes, though, particularly from the Seraphine, made it very hard to finish this game, though. NIP, great play around their solo lane has really brought things to the fore. NIP, they won't end it on quite there because the inhibitor will need to be taken down again, but make no mistake, it's still dead on this push. Not enough respawns coming through. One more auto attack will do it. NIP even up the series in their home ground at Shenzhen. Some fine play from the solo laners of NIP. Well, thank you everyone for joining me again on this wonderful day of LPL. In NIP show, they have some. They've got some spice left in them. I really think that Care and Hoya had a good game. Chat's voting for Guon. I thought he had a bit of a rough game, honestly. You know, his early game and his team fights were a little bit rough. But good to see that NIP can clutch out in situations like that. Again, I was a little bit worried about the amount of Barons they were taking with the little amount of advantages they got. But they did manage to deliver. Credit to them. Well, folks, I'm going to go rest my voice very quickly. Going to leave you in an hour break. I guess we'll see who had played the games. Hey, Hot Wheels, good to see you. Yeah, happy news season TT. Happy news split. Wait, DRX Brion, some people were saying the series was insane. Why was that? Second game was 26-27. It's pretty... Wait, 47-minute game? What? Wait, hang on. So Teddy got subbed back in, but didn't Lazyfield? Lazyfield started the series. Huh. What team do I think will win game 3? Good question. I really am overestimating Talia's ability to impact a game now. Talia just doesn't feel like a strong champion at all. I think it's very draft dependent. I think it's really draft dependent. You know, I think first game was really hard for NIP to win because they were just so outscaled in a 5v5. Game 2, as much as there was a lot of AD carries for Olaf to try and potentially run down, the damage just wasn't there. I was really surprised by that. I thought that they'd have enough, but I guess not. There were 2 elders. Wow, okay, crazy. Oh, your mum lets you have 2 elders? Wait, KRX won because of a team fight with no tower. Wait, with no towers? That's funny as heck. As in, like, they had no towers left and they just ran it back. That's funny as heck. Wait, an Elder got spot by a split pushing ADC. Okay, that sounds like a game I need to watch. That's funny as heck. Wait. Hello, I sell a camel for a lucky buyer. Very cheap, very nice camel. Okay, what's the camel's name? Where did the camel go to school? And what's their pedigree? Are they... I need to make sure they're not related to Northern Dancer. You know, just to make sure that the bloodline is not getting too mixed. Any camel buyers in chat? I think you guys should play Horsey Game. Horsey Game was made on, like, Microsoft Paint. Yeah, is it a dromedary or the other Bactrian camel? You know? These are the important questions. Player of the game is Care. Had a very good Azir game. Really enjoyed his play. And he gets most of the votes there too. One for jungle, 2 for top lane. Fair play. Yeah. I think I would have put it somewhere between Hoyer and Care. I think I would have given it to Care myself. Hey Lion Man, how's it going? Good to see you. Anyone got plans for after LPL? What do you do? What do you even do after LPL's done? Do you just wait for it to come back? That's what I do. That's a very funny emote duo. Is that Star Guardian? Ari, it is. Alex Nymaera Honske rep. Yeah, have you ever played Horsey Game? Horsey Game is it's a very, very low graphics game in which you could Oh, come on for yes, Duo, yes. Let me think. Everyone deserves a fan in the way that you're a fan of Guon, you know. Someone who's there, like, win or lose, good game or bad game, everyone deserves a fan like you. You know, bring them up out of nowhere, talk about any other player, Guon's in the conversation. Wonderful. Like, you are Guon's biggest PR rep, and I appreciate you for that. My old man actually worked very close to the Northern Dancers farm in Ontario, not the reference I was suspecting this morning, right? It's because, yeah, like, every kind of, like, horse racing scene has, like, a couple of, like, very important bloodlines, but they can't mix them too much, because then you get crazies and health issues and whatever. And I play a lot of Musume, so the name did come up at some point. Gosh, wait, who's the... Because Northern Dancer ended up kind of being put into the Japanese horse racing bloodline. I can't remember how. Northern Dancer sire line. Oh, so yeah, they got into like Japanese horse racing. So Super Creek's a part of that line. Marazensky. Wait, Marazensky? Oh, that makes a lot of sense then. That means that's Sakura Chino as well. Yana Mateki. Oh yeah, there's a whole lot. There's a lot of them. Wow, okay. Everyone's affected by the bloodline. Exactly. Northern Dancer was so good. It's like, okay, well, everyone's got to get yourself a Northern Dancer. Oh, right, that's because even, like, the director in Uma Musume is kind of meant to be, like, one of the children of Northern Dancer. Fun fact for the Niva Power. Yeah, wait, is this a fun fact or an unfun fact you want? Did Faker ever beat Faker? I don't think so. Yeah, Niva Power, is that a fun fact or an unfun fact you want? Unfun sounds fun. Sure. Unfun fact. Let me have a think. Oh, this one's really unfun. So, well, you might have heard of this one. Bamboo is the world's fastest growing plant. Kelp is not a plant, so it doesn't count. But that means you can actually grow bamboo through people to, like, do very nasty things to them. And in fact, that was used as, you know, very nasty method to extort information and stuff before. That's a very unfun fact. Bamboo is a wonderful plant, but you can use it for very, very bad things. Yeah. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. I should get myself another coffee, actually. Thanks, Alex Nymaera. That was a fact was really unfun. Yeah, it was an unfun fact. It turns out I don't just have fun facts. I've got unfun facts, too. You get everything here. It's like... Oh wait, you just saw Jway joins EDG? That is so... Look, Jway's good. He is. But I think Palkia... Like, players like Erher and Palkia, I think are really getting screwed over. Because I think they should be given room to grow. Given room to grow like the bamboo. God. Thank you, Angie. Very witty. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly put a coffee on and I'll be back for draft for game 3.
Want some lunch before I'm making food?
Oh yeah, Andrew, use it yours one.
Happy Easter.
Yeah. Hello everyone. Everyone say hi to Sam. He's well, yeah, you know, Sam's taking a day off. He's had some, you know, some paid time off.
Yeah,
You know?
basically because I'm doing Legends Premier League today, but it's from 2 p.m. till 11 something.
Nice.
So I would die if I did morning as well.
Yeah, I need to add on an unfun fact thing because actually I have a lot of unfun facts.
Did you hear my unfun fact from yesterday?
No.
I said one about mango flies, which are utterly disgusting.
Are they the ones that go under the skin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, nasty. Yeah, I thought they were bot flies.
The same name.
Oh right, okay, yeah. They feature in a James Bond book.
Hey.
Yeah. Because
That is a fun fact.
yeah. You have an unfun fact? What's your unfun fact? Angie has an unfun fact.
The reason why some women, when they're pregnant, their teeth fall out is because the baby requires a lot of calcium that they
No
can't have.
way! Oh, what? That's crazy. Okay, that's actually crazy. Wow, okay. That's actually very interesting. That's genuinely very interesting. What? Okay, let's get ourselves close towards that draft. Okay. Right, game 3. That is a look from Xiaohu. Of course, they're Weibo on the road here today, playing against Shenzhen NIP. It's their own thing. Yeah, it's all good. I tried to turn the music off tag to make it more visible. Like, that's the thing about this microphone is that, well, it's kind of a good thing is that it picks up noise within a certain radius of it. It's not like a very, very close range mic, but yeah. Huh. That is interesting. Oh, I did actually vaguely know about that, John, actually. Because there was, I remember there was a similar logic from like the M14 to the M16 development as well. Because the M14 was actually just, it actually just, yeah, it wasn't very useful because of that reason, effectively. Okay, into game 3, or at least the draft of it. Off we go again. NIP will be, hang on, who's getting first pick this time? I think Weibo get first pick for the first time this series, correct? Jarvan is currently unbanned. That's the most important champion I can see. There's Nocturne as well. Those are the 2 priority junglers. Maybe a Skarner. Hey, still good to see as well. What else we got available in terms of power picks? The Orianna already gone, of course. We have Lulu Yunara. That's the big bot lane I can think of right now. So there's Jarvan, Lulu, Yunara. Bard is the ban. There's the Nocturne as well. Nocturne's also not bad. Also getting to the point where Akali's pretty strong. Is Viper better than Elk? Depends on the day. I think in last split, largely Elk was better than Viper. Playoffs notwithstanding, I think that Elk had a bit of a meh playoffs. Right now, I'd say they're about even. Neither of them are playing like at peak right now. Yeah, Elk last game definitely had some issues himself not flashing some key skill shots. Is Onivia a thing in the LPL? Yes, it is. We play Onivia support. We play Onivia top. We are the Onivia top lane region. Nocturne ban Jarvan first pick potentially. Could also be the Lulu. And it is the Jarvan. What's P1 got into the Jarvan? Yeah, On was the debut Onivia support. He was the guy that did it first. Yep. Onivia support was the On special. Ooh, potentially Gnar for Hoya. He does like this as a comfort pick. It's like a Micro towards something like the Jax. It's a very self-sufficient top laner. Lulu is just kind of tailless at this point. I'm so sad to see Elk is in Weibo. I think that Weibo are meant to be a pretty good team. I think that this team can definitely come together there. The Lulu taken away, as we said. Now, if you take the Yunara... well, the other picks that you want with the Lulu are typically quite vulnerable to Jarvan. So stuff like Kog'Maw or Thalios. You could go Sivir and try and just play around Spell Shield. Actually, you know what? This is a Xayah angle for a Seam. And you don't want to go Ezreal. I actually think this is a Xayah angle. You know, the lane is survivable with the Nymaera Nico. It's not, like, good. But I think that you need... Yeah, you want that. Oh, Tristana! Now, we don't see much of that, but I like that. You can hop out of the cage. You can disengage the Nico and the Jarvan with your ult. As long as you survive... That's fine. Of course, this can still go mid lane as well. This is a flex. It could be mid lane or it could be bot lane. I'm not sure what they think of the bot lane matchup. The double trouble Yordle power bot lane. I'm quite quiet in relation to the music and the gameplay. Good to know. Turn them down a bit then. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. LeBlanc banned away in terms of lane dominance from Xiaohu. Appreciate that, Darren, by the way. Appreciate it. Yone away from Care, a specialty of his. So they know that the Tristana technically could be flexed around different places. What do Weibo need to finish off their draft? Well, they have a very good double engage core. I think Xiaohu's pretty happy to go with something like an Akali into this kind of comp. Even though he doesn't play it that much, I think he can go for an Akali here. He played it once this year. They banned away the Jax. We talked about that for Zuka before. What's the last ban from Weibo? NIP, well, I suppose you ban out... I'm surprised Weibo aren't banning out junglers. Maybe you could ban out a Skarner. Something that can frontline. Neferi, okay. Something that can fight the Jarvan a bit more. Dive forwards is a aggressive threat. Everyone does love his carries. Kian is one of his as well, although Kian's been nerfed quite a bit recently. Well, no, Kiana's still okay, I suppose. I don't love Mundo into Jarvan. You get locked in the Cataclysm and then can't do that much. Yunara also pretty strong against you. Does lock it in. He's pretty good at fighting the Jarvan. Pretty good at fighting stuff like the Nico. Kills them if they're out of position. Oh, Yorick not bad here for Weibo, and it's very good versus the Mundo too. Very good against both top laners here now. Not good versus the Tristana. Vayne's pretty good here as well, actually. Good against everyone but the Lulu. I think the Yorick is more consistent, and it means that you don't have to give resources to top lane in the same way. Sad to see no TF Annie. I think Weibo should look for the Annie now. Even though it's not fantastic with the Jarvan. Well, no, Annie's bad versus Mundo is the thing. Victor could be Victor. Yeah, Victor would be okay. Annie's good against everyone but the Mundo. The Mundo is very good versus the single target stun. I mean, at that point you have a bunch of ways to get the passive off of Mundo, though. They do lock in the Annie. It's a safe blind pick. So now I guess we get to see whether the Tristana goes... it'll probably go bot lane, and then we choose something safer into the Annie. You can go Victor here for Care, I suppose. No, you don't want to go Victor into Nico Jarvan, do you? TF is a... well, TF can set up with the gold card, flip volatile matchups. Sure does hover this a lot, though. It might not be locked in. And they do. Alright, so it's going to be the gold card. Low damage mid-jungle, all things said and done, but the gold card sets up well to be the engage, which they don't have. They don't really have engage. Alright, folks, we're going to go for a quick ad break, talk about the team comps, and we'll be back in just a minute. Okay, folks, I lied. I'm going to go get my coffee before this final game. We definitely needed that caffeine to keep the energy up going into this game. Onto the rift. Let's hire the Gyos. Like you throw a gold card and then walk away. The thing is, NIP they don't really have any engage. So the TF, at least what he does, look, I don't like the draft from NIP, but I think that they were forced into the, something like the TF. To be honest, the Annie would have been really good for NIP, which is why Weibo, I think taking it away was a big thing too. The Annie would have been good because it gives you enough damage and then also gives the engage factor. TF struggles with the engage. Struggles with the damage, but does have the engage at least. A lot of free auto attacks from Xiaohu onto Care there. K used to play a decent amount of this before, this champion. It's the level 2. Junglers both pathing from top side to bot side. And IP have a ward onto Raptors, they'll have information of where Jada is pathing. Yeah, I'm not sure about this from NIP. They don't... Look, they have a lot of damage if Weibo overstep. Xiaohu's getting crazy good value onto Care in this early lane. They're just spamming Q at the poor guy. Nico lands the root onto Assume, gets the Scorch value. Elk started off last year not being fantastic for him, actually. He got better at it. Missed a couple of minions there on the wave. I just remembered Care being a really bad Annie player, actually, in terms of the takeaway comment I just made. Because we started joking about the Care Bear from Care's Annie, and it was not good. It was not good, folks. Jump forwards to level 3, gets the bomb onto Elk. Gets a lot of damage there. In fact, can actually look for the kill. Gets himself the lethal tempo stacked up. Elk does not flash, dies immediately. 2v2 from Assume and Draw. This is what we saw them doing to Jachi the other day. Jachi and Mako and IG. That is, well, that's a good start from NIP. I don't think their composition works without a lot of gold onto their damaging members. If the Tristan is ahead in the game, though, perhaps it fixes things. Jia, top scuttle, can't really do anything into Hoi, he's full HP. That's a big mistake from Elk. Should not be dying in the 2v2 like that, not without firing back in a significant way. The lethal tempo got stacked and then just felt like they couldn't disengage. Flash forward from Xiaohu gets the kill in the mid lane. So I took a sip of my drink. Xiaohu just puts him out to rest. Care goes down. Solo kills, no, rather like just pure laning kill now. 2 different lanes. Xiaohu uses the flash for it. You don't care. And it feels like you have to kind of have like a consolation Twisted Fate here, really. It's like, oh, well, we need CC in the mid lane. You don't have a Yone. God, at that point, I'm like, I don't know, Care just not getting any presence in the laning phase. It's a big problem for him now. Hell, I almost wonder whether Lissandra would have been better if he... I don't know. The laning phase is the laning phase. Champions don't always change that. Not always. When with the champions available, needed the engaged threat. I think most of the remaining engaged champions are bad into Annie is the problem. Did Xiaohu notice that we're in spring now? Potentially. Yeah, perhaps. Perchance. Cole from Elk very early buy, Assume went for the pickaxe first with stats through the roof off of her first back. Jarvan hanging around bot side, Mundo's there too. So you see that pushing through the Tri-Brush. Push. Clearing out that ward. Huh. Waiting to take the Gromp there. Why is he delaying that? Does anyone know why he's delaying that? Not sure why he is. Boss side Scuttle coming up now. That would be the level 6. Q1, landing some Qs onto Hung. Hung is not in a particularly healthy amount of life points right there. Scuttle Crab goes down towards bot side. Will not stay there for long. Twisted Fate did have level 6. Did want to pull the trigger on that. Hoya jumping forwards. Good Dark Procession. Hoya's using a lot there. Is going to be teleporting topside as the TF, though, flashes away. I think they might have the damage. Gets the extra W with the Q healing. The Q healing makes a lot of difference. And the Maiden very nearly sucks Hoya dry. Has to flash away from the ghouls. Hoya lucky to make it out of that last confrontation with Yorick and crew. He's got his whole gang here. Oopie Goopy and Steve. Nasty work. They so much HP, gets a ton back. The Cookie's helping him too. It's like a great outplay, and the first TF ult of the game doesn't do anything. I know what I said, Becca. I know what I said. I know what I said. It's like, that's a really important survival there. If the first TF ult of the game had made a big difference, I think we'd be having a bit of a different conversation about this early game. You know, TF is meant to make a difference on these volatile side lanes. And he ran right there, he hasn't. Right there, he hasn't, sadly for him. Ooh, hang on, jumping forwards in mid lane. Care jumped on Sue, but the knockup doesn't land from JJ, and JJ has no flash now. I think he'll just go down to the Mundo. The passive is pops. No, he doesn't die. Surprising there. Thought that JJ would be dead to rights, but I suppose TF doesn't have the most damage. Mundo does, but especially if you're melee range. Mega Nut ult used by Hoya. Another Q landing. It's not like Hoya doesn't trade well against Yorick when he goes into that Mega. Can get the crazy amount though. Xiaohu saving his jungler's life there with the big burst onto Guon. Now, even though, you know, you don't get your stun that often on Sue Mundo, if you're ahead of the game, you do burst out the Mundo anyway, and he has a lot of damage in a full combo. TF ultimate about, what, 30 seconds off of coming back up again. Then Weibo needs to be aware of that next play coming through from Care. Xiaohu will try and keep him locked in lane. Has the upgraded, well, not the upgraded, but he has the Merc Treads early, does Care. Waiting for them to become upgraded from the mid lane quest. Scuttle Crab to JJ. Made a couple of missteps. So hang on, stun comes through. Xiaohu, he actually has a lot of damage here. You need to be careful with that stuff. And he's one of those champions where if she takes an extended trade, just the reliability of the damage of that Q being point and click is very, very threatening. Oh yeah, I watched Project Hail Mary yesterday. That was a fun movie. Go on taking the grubs on top side. Amaze, amaze, amaze. First one down. Is there going to be a contest? Not sure about that. Hung's hit. Actually, always steals it with the Q there, actually. All three grubs over to NIP. Thanks for the follow there, Shalor. Appreciate you. Ult onto JJ. No one on his side of the map, and you can see that with the TF. Gold card lands, and that's a lot of damage coming through from the Buster shot. TF and setting up for the Tristana. That's going to give him the Dragon and JJ. This has been a difficult game for him. Not really correctly judging his aggressive plays. Caught out far too far from the rest of his team. And now suddenly assume, you know, 1 kill you can somewhat forgive, but 2 kills? This Tristana is getting really scary. Hex Optic's first item for the very cheap and cheerful power spike. Assume is in a position, especially if someone is gold carded next to him, to just one-shot them. I think that Care changes his target now. You don't go towards the Yorick, you go towards the Tristana. Say, well, whoever's near to them, they're gonna get exploded. They're gonna get exploded. We can go very quickly into whatever item he wants next, while he'll hop out of the Dark Procession. GJ on the top side of the map. Gorn's there too. Not that close to the river right now as he's farming wolves and then Gromp. Xiaohu has flash, has first item. He's happy with his position in the game, even though you know, TF Prince Gold with his passive, he's ahead, which is fine by him. Three members of Weibo on top side in the river. Nothing being fought over besides vision. Maybe a quick kill if they can get it. Missing the Q there. The Skull Crab has spawned. I don't really think they can contest this, can Weibo. Or if they do, well, Xiaohu would need a big ult, probably. Elk. I'm going through bot side. Gold card was loaded by Cat to get the extra movement speed from draw. I think he did anyway. I think I heard that. Elk, was he spotted heading down there? There is a ward on that blast cone, which is kind of annoying. There's a potential of a gold. No, hang on, just him jumping forward. Hung flashing away, steps back and auto attacks. The blast cone again. The threat of Assume is pretty big. Buster shot, definitely helping. He gives a reset. No, Hung goes forwards. Tries to get this CC, just ends up giving another kill to the Tristana, who resets and jumps away. It hasn't been a good series from Hung, really. The Seraphine, you know, the mistimed encore. Where's my boy Erho when you need him? Where's the support rotating door when you need it? Hung, you know, good first series out from him, but this one has been much more of a challenge. Oh, Hung misses the Q, gets hit by everything from the Lulu. Tristana jumps forwards, takes half the HP, and then, well, they think they have a kill angle. No. Buster shot, extra auto attack, reset, gets out of the flash flag drag. So Hung dies for nothing. See how happy they are with that. Assume a player who largely I think has had a pretty quiet career in a lot of my time viewing him. I'm not going to say it's bad, but it was quiet a lot of the time. Not really the main character. Often a journeyman, going between the likes of EDG and a couple of the other teams that he was across in his time. He's had a great couple of series here. Let's see if he can keep up that consistency. Picking out stuff like the Tristana. That was an Abel classic back when he was playing. I miss Abel, by the way. I miss this Abel by a lot. But, you know, Assume, he started to really pick up some great games here. You know, notable Draven player in the past, but it's more creative than that now, even. You know, every so often a Draven player will bring out the champion, as they're wont to, but not many people playing the Tristana nowadays, as we're saying. Do they get a bomb on tower here? Do they save it for a potential dive there? Of course, when Tristana doesn't use the bomb, it's a nasty thing. Does the bomb, when you put it on the tower, extended range? Means you can kind of use it for poke for people stood under the tower. Doubly lands onto Assume. Xiao, who's here, has flash. Can't get him range, though. Well, we did say that NIP needed a good early game. Assume with 3 kills is that early game now. And now all you have to do is just fly to Tristana, get a gold card onto them. Just onto someone near them, you get that kill. Assume resets, and this is not an easy composition to play from NIP, but because Assume is so far ahead, perhaps that'll fix their composition a bit. Mikhail's rush from Lulu is big. Yeah, for sure. Really, really helps Assume jump forwards, or Care or Guon. You know, someone who just walks forwards into the play. Shrug off that first Nico route, or of course the Annie stun. Because, you know, Xiaohu with that first kill in lane, we thought, well, maybe he can be the big difference maker. Spring Tiger. Well, using the Triforce procs to take down that turret. TF pushing in mid lane. Does have the level 11 ultimate now. Jie. Bit of XP up on Guon, but of course not winning out the individual matchup now. The whole thing about Jarvan is that you want to jump past the Mundo. Pop his passive if you can, and then dunk the backline. You can also trap the Mundo in the Cataclysm. Oh, 3 grubs Tristana. Yeah, that'll do it. Zerka backed up by 2 members down here. Still can't save it from the 2-item. Tristana has the Flicker Blades after the Hex Optics. So at that healthy amount of 50% crit. has the chance to extend the range as well. Thank you for the follow there. Makes a difference to us. Really appreciate you. The Dragon's up available to you. Hung potentially looking at an aggressive angle. No, afraid of the gold card. Has to blow the Proto Bell. Doesn't have flash for the fights. NIP is playing great. Yeah, I think they are. I think that Assume in particular, Assume and Draw, their 2v2 has been so much better than I thought they would be. The Draw is a player who's had a rough last year or two. Rediscovered lane swaps. And then after that, kind of fell off quite hard actually when he was on here on NIP for the first stint. Left, came back. Assume gets the cannon minion. Game's over. What do you mean he gets a cannon? Tristana jump used for farming. Incredible. NIP is playing great. All lanes winning with better scaling. Well, the scaling question is an interesting thing, right? Because you have Yorick, which arguably outscales the Gnar. You have Annie, which arguably in an AoE teamfight outscales the TF. TF's better in mid game. It's a bit weird, right in that one. And you do have the Lulu. The Lulu's the big thing, right? That's the big scale, I think. Although, to be honest, Jarvan and Nico should be enough engage to catch people out. Because my problem is NIP don't have engage. Not really. They have a gold card. You know, once you start winning every lane, then that's a problem. And, you know, they weren't winning mid lane. You know, it was Xiaohu who was destroying that. Hung caught out again. Gold card's right onto him. He has got the flash. The Celestial opposition definitely helping. Is this an overinvestment from NIP? They're coming with a lot. Assumes into the play now, though. Perhaps that's too far. The gold card. Oh, hang on. The flash with the blast going, helping a little bit. Assumes going to flash over, use the buster shot and get that kill. They jump forwards, and once again, Weibo are out of position on the map, and Twisted Fate makes that a problem. Go on, using that sweeper, knows there's a ward put down freshly there. Can they chase down Xiaohu? He didn't have, well, he didn't teleport. He's got to teleport out now, actually, teleporting towards the bot lane. Hey, TFC, how's it going? Well, I think Weibo might have screwed their early game, TFC, so you'll be happy as the Weibo hater in chat. NIP, great play from them. I didn't believe in the draft. But you know what? Credit to them, they're making it work. Herald now taken from NIP. And now you have stuff like the Mundo is going to be very hard for Weibo to kill. I think Jierjet's had a poor game. I think Hung's had a poor game too. And that jungle support, you know, so critical in any stage of League of Legends. Can't really organize the map now. Elk has been very quiet, shut down in laning phase after a cheap 2v2 kill. Losing the flash there in that play. Hey, well, I hope things get better for you, TFC. I was really thinking that NIP just wouldn't have the engage. Suppose they're just making it work anyway. The skirmish is working well, and now I think it's to the point where actually I don't think when you're ahead in the game like this, I don't really think the engage matters as much. You know, you've got enough shields, you've got enough ability to just walk forwards as Mundo. Hell, even just a Whimsy on Mundo makes a difference. JJ spotted taking his red buff. Does he try and steal it? He does, but can't get it. TF pushing out that top lane. 5 seconds on his ultimate. If someone's out of position again, well, see how that goes. Saw how that worked last time. Hung no flash. That Nico flash needs to be held onto so greedily. Hoya, big damage onto him from Xiao, who does have the Malignance, of course, to help that cooldown get lower. Herald into bot lane. Assume could just jump forwards and look for a bomb. The stun's there, but the Mikhail definitely helps. Hung does get some CC back, but the buster shot comes through anyway, and Xiao who dies. Hung can't do enough to save him. Jir coming down bot side. TF pops that ultimate, but he is on the other side. He's basically using that ultimate to make sure that they have information. Jir jumps forwards, and a dunk with Elk helps him make the difference. Zerka trying to get into melee range as the Yorick does so. Manages to get a second kill out of that fight. TF pushing that top lane, realized he couldn't make it to the play. Didn't choose to teleport either. Thought, well, can't make enough of a difference. Weibo do get themselves only their second and third kills of the game so far. It's something. To get that shutdown onto Assume. That is important. That's very important. 5 kills on that Tristana. Mikhail's was good. No, Hung does get himself the extra play. The buster shot not quite working there. Oh god, so much damage though. Thought the tower shots might do it. Not quite. Grid teleport coming in from Zika. If Yorick does actually get into the backline, does get into melee range, it's a problem. Shutdown goes to Elk. Now the Yunara has the damage. That's a bit of a problem. So now Elk cuts down that gold lead somewhat. 2.5 items himself now. That makes sense. This seems at 3. Cheap Hex Optics means that he's pretty happy as well. Not that Fiend Hunter Bolts are expensive themselves. Dragon up in a couple of seconds. That would be the 3rd for NIP, and the threat of Cloud Soul later with a TF and a Mundo. Ow. Because the thing about TF is that you can prop the first part of your ult, get the move speed, and just run at them with very, very fast move speed. Lichbane also gives you the extra 10%, rather the extra, yeah, 10% move speed. Nice stuff, that. Guon's poke with the Q. Powerful. He's had a good game on the Mundo. Hung going forwards. Does stop the jump out from Assume, but he just dies. He just instantly explodes. He's gone. Up goes the Nico, and it's not in the Blossom variety. Sucker goes down below a 3rd HP. I guess they saw the angle, but they just don't respect the turnaround damage. Hung dies again. I guess you need the Annie to be doing the engage. Hung goes for the long range engage. He's ended up losing his life, not for the first time, dying and giving a reset. Did stop the jump out from Assume. That bit was good. There's just too much damage. It's way too much damage. The angles almost there, but they don't have the Cataclysm. They don't have any Flash. I guess you can hop forwards as the Unara. How close was the follow-up? Not nearly close enough. It's way too... I mean, JJ gets the dunk onto 3. Hoya's there ready with Mega. The Tibbers, you know, it's dropped, but it doesn't do enough. It's just a little too far. Obviously, it's a team call. Obviously, it's a team call. I'm not going to blame the Hung for that call initially. But the follow-up just wasn't quite close enough and not quite potent enough. TF gold lead skews this a bit. I mean, I'm more worried about the individual gold lead on the Tristana, really. Yeah, it's like an extra 1,000 odd gold for Care and then... Well, in terms of passive, 226, average 4 gold. 200 times 4. Yeah, it's about 800 to... You know, 800 to 1,000, whatever. So he's got an extra 1,000 gold lead tacked on, but he's still 1.6k ahead of that, right? And he's about to hit his... Look, TF with 3 item core of Lichbane, Rod of Ages, Rapid Fire Cannon is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, you just know that basically, like, Thirsty Fate has, like, an average of, like, I think it's like 4 gold, maybe slightly above that. Hang on. Jeje did get the Scuttle Crab. Does he die for this? Gold card's onto him. Q will land over the wall. There, he's going to flash over. I think he might just be dead. I think he might just be dead. Another gold card. No combo here. He'll die for a Scuttle Crab. Jeje. Not a good game 3. Not a good game 3. One of our best junglers here in the LPL, but he has been misjudging his aggressive angles here in game 3, and I think that's been a big part of how Weibo have fallen behind. Both him and Hung having a difficult one. NIP starting the Baron. No smite on the other side. Fairly safe to do so. Hoya charging up his Mega Gnar. Perhaps Xiao, who can make a difference, doesn't have the flash though, and just use the Rocket Belt. Morning Mist lands. Hung's coming through. Gets it onto 2, but the Buster shot's really good. TF ends up getting the Baron. Not the smite coming through from Gorn. That's a bit of a worry, but they have the TF to jump forwards anyway. Assume keeps on hopping and stopping and jumping across the entirety of the team fight. Weibo will lose how many? 3 so far, not even counting the extra kill before onto the Jarvan, which led to this play. Guorn will try and chase down Hung. NIP, real credit to them. This Tristana has worked out wonders. The Buster shot has denied Hung a lot of value. The laning phase has crushed through Elk and Hung. And I think in the Seaman Dro, we need to start looking at them as one of our better 2v2s. They have looked really good. We'll see how that works against some of our others, but, you know, the way that they've been playing the 2v2 has been very impressive. They're definitely outperforming my expectations for them. Like Hoya continued on a good run of form, which started partway in last year with playing more carry-oriented champions rather than just being on tank duty all the time like he was on TT before that. To be honest, I thought Hoya might just be out of LPL. That's not the case. Damu, thanks for the follow. I appreciate you. And if anyone else wants to drop a follow, it makes a difference to myself. It's myself and my brother. Use this as our living. The Buster shot's good. Stops the final amount of CC coming through, because there's a CC in 2 parts from the Nico ultimate. Feel bad for Zerka, who's tried to make the most of going melee range of the Yorick. Quite hard to do so. Care, difficult laning phase. Hey, Frosty, good to see you as well. Appreciate you. Thanks for the follow. Minute till Dragon with Clouds off for NIP. Real credit to NIP. I didn't believe in this draft. They've proved me wrong. The Tristan has been great. And despite some of the worries for, you know, Care after that solo kill against him, I appreciate you too, IHL as well. Of course, we've got BLG versus WE after this, so stick around. This is only the first series of the day. BLG, the first stand champions, looking to ply their trade. Again, L takes some damage from the bomb off of the tower. He's going to have to go back because of that damage there. No Infinity Edge yet for Assume. He's jumping forwards. God, that guy's so scary. Yeah, this guy's terrifying. Flicker Blades means that every time he starts auto attack, it doesn't apply to turrets, but every time he applies to minions, just kind of gets his jump back and his bomb back very, very quickly. Turret down. Hung looking for the flash protobell engage. He gets gold carded. Gets gold carded, dies immediately. Assume does get stunned, doesn't matter. He jumps forwards again. He does die to Xiaohu this time though, and maybe El can make the difference now. Shook is in melee range. Oh, Assume might have gone too far forwards. Perhaps we spoke too soon. El getting the extra damage down, gets a kill onto Draw. NIP don't end at the Nexus. Assume jumps into Xiaohu, and the Annie burns them alive. Hey, Rafa, how's it going? Assume on his way to an LPL All-Pro ADC this split. Well, I think he's been fantastic. And I was just saying about this, Rafa. In my time looking at Assume, casting him, and you know, I've been here. I've cast a lot of Assume's career now. The way I describe him normally has been quiet. He's been a quiet AD carry. He's been so loud. He's taken games into his own hand through 2v2, through late game carries. Been loving watching this guy play. This would be Soul coming through. Weibo have got themselves off the reset though, and I think they've just leashed it for them. NIP trying to rush the dragon, can't get it here. NIP will get themselves the dragon and stop the Soul coming through. It's a leaking hull. The ship is still sinking, but they keep it afloat just one wave longer. Gold card went on to him. Hoya was ulting just in case the flash came through. Assume flash is back. And then he, as much as we praised him, does immediately die to both Xiaohu and Elk. So, you know. Hey, CB, thanks for the stream streak as well. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I echo the sentiment. I think first couple of series that we've seen from the first 3 series, Assume has been one of the best AD carries within the LPL. I haven't seen enough of... well, Jackulov, oh my god, his series the other day was great. His first series was bad, but his ones beyond that were really, really good. You know, he's, Jackulov is starting to come back into form. Really looking forward to seeing how he'll, come back and see if Top Esports can make something of that, you know? I mean, with Tien and Jackulov both looking like they're coming back into form. Top Esports are a contender again, they are. Sieging again. The bombs from the Tristana. Nasty. So nasty. Not invincible though. TF pushing down on one side. Oh, actually, no. Just jumping onto Zerka. Do they kill? I don't think they kill here. Just force Xiaohu to walk down. Does that give another free bomb on the tower from Assume? No. The way's too far away. Yuan in the enemy base. He's pretty happy to do this. He can tank one piece of CC. Xiaohu getting something onto the Mega Knife. That's got mini. I'm not sure that's your target. Yeah, that's not your target at all. He just keeps living. There's always another shield. There's always more HP. Assume gets himself the first reset, and the Annie combo is down. Assume is full HP. Guwon gets to walk forwards. He has his ultimate blown, but he's healthy for now. Third inhibitor will go down. NIP will do this tutorial style. Every inhibitor down, every tower down across the map. A gold card lands. The bomb is onto the person besides him. Assume still goes low. The tower goes down though, and that's the mission. Elk goes low. Will have a stun target in front of him, but it won't stop him from saving the Nexus. Assume and crew will 2-1 Weibo. After a draft I didn't believe in, they execute anyway. NIP win their series 2-1. Weibo, I've got some worries for them now. I think Hung had a very bad series, folks. You know, the flash encore mistimed onto the Azir in game 2. Out of position there too. Outplayed so heavily here in game 3. I think JJ in game 3 also didn't impress. You know, Weibo last split were genuinely very, very good at jungle support. And guys, I criticized them dropping Airhip. I criticized them for that. And I'm feeling more like that's true now. I think Erha was hard done by. Now, Hung brought in someone who's typically been very good domestically. And last split, I thought Erha was like a top 3, top 4 support. Yeah, his playoff series wasn't good. I'll accept that. I understand that. But no, just we've seen a lot of Hung. And I don't quite understand what Weibo thought they were gaining from there. There was still that inconsistency from there. Still that chance of that floor being hit instead of the ceiling. What a glow up from DFM? Yeah, for sure. Guon was bad on DFM. He was. There's no two ways about it. He's come into NIP and he has been their most key player. He has been their big playmaker. He's creative. There is somewhat of a MLXG factor of, you know, perhaps he should stop playmaking at some points in the game and having discretion be the better part of Valor. But he's been their key player. But honestly, the person I'm most surprised by is Assume. Assume's been fantastic. Guon wasn't the problem in DFM. He absolutely was part of the problem duo. He was. Yeah. No, I don't think he was just the scapegoat. He was definitely the problem there too, duo. You know, came out of T1 Academy. It's a great fanfare, and he definitely wasn't synced up with the rest of the team. He definitely wasn't synced up with the rest of them. Really, it was just Aria against the world on that team, sadly. There were different problems too. Don't get me wrong. There were definitely other problems, but he was part of the problem. It was, yeah, so it left kind of Aria alone to kind of play on DFM there from that standpoint. Of course, Guon then tapped out before the year was done. Didn't even finish play their last games of the year. But he's had a great glow up. A great glow up. He's been fantastic. I was worried that W and NIP would just play for 7th, 8th in this group. Nice to see them actually winning series. Yes, I think that NIP have developed a style I didn't think these players would do. You know, I didn't think that Hoya would be playing more towards lane dominance and getting value out of it. I thought that, you know, he had a good rumble on TT, but then besides that, he was basically just, you know, losing lane playing tanks. I didn't think that Assume would be playing dynamic, winning lane snowball AD carries. He's been doing that. He's been doing very well at that. I didn't think that was within his wheelhouse. You know, Care is a player I think is very versatile. I think he's been fantastic. I think he's been a highly underrated player within the LPL. And Draw, a player who's very creative in his own right, has also found his consistency again. NIP, they've unlocked extra aspects of these players, which I didn't think would be possible. It's been very exciting to watch. On the side for Weibo, though, you know, Elk was the best AD carry in the league for a large part of last split. JJ was a top 3 jungler for almost the entirety of last split. Xiaohu regained a lot of form. Nadzuka, patchy, but still a notable top laner. And I thought, yeah, I'm not going to put it all on Hung, right? I'm not, for sure. There's definitely some issues with the drafts. Definitely issues with drafts. Definitely issues around there, but it's not a good look for him this series, especially after he's been subbed in again, you know? Wait, but that's got a smart. That's got a really smart. Didn't Pyosik play in the LPL for a bit? I know, wait, no, Kingen and Zeka did. I'm not sure if Pyosik ever did. No, Pyosik never did, my bad. But honestly, Pyosik would be so fun to watch in LPL because he's such a creative guy. He genuinely would play well in LPL, I agree. I genuinely think he would. That's actually a good call. I like that read. Yeah, Pyosik genuinely would play well in LPL. Although, to be honest, I think that junglers in LPL are just so good anyway. It'd be just great to see him anyway, you know? I think that there is an argument to say that right now LPL junglers are the best junglers in the world. I think that, you know, Canyon's fallen off a bit. Owner is having a very hard time. So I think you have like Raptor and Cuz as the best LCK junglers right now, and they're very good, don't get me wrong. But you know, I look at LPL and there are a lot of, I think Shun is the best jungler in the world. I think that Tarzan is still incredibly good, although he's had some downsteps here and there. There are a lot of members I can point to in the LPL and say these are world-class junglers and they'll teach you a thing or two right now. I think that they've really got a good read on the meta. You know, I think Wei's been fantastic. I think Junja has his high moments too. Guon's good, Monkey's good, Tian's been excellent. I think JJ besides the series is definitely one to watch too. I think that LPL junglers are the best in the world right now. I mean, this series, JJ had a down series. Maybe this isn't the series to say it on. I think Guon also had a difficult time this series too. But just on the whole, that's probably my read. That's probably my read, and I think particularly with I think the meta of jungle being so much more about individual junglers' decisions in the first clear. Stuff like, okay, I need this invade now. I can get this timing. I can look for this fight here. It kind of divorces it from one of the weaker parts of LPL play, which is jungle support synergy, which is how, you know, you organize a wave and a reset to get to this part of the map with the support in time. Because I think supports aren't as good in the LPL. I think supports are much better in the LCK. But I think the junglers are really good here. I think they're really good here. Well, that's our first series done. If you've been enjoying watching this, please think about dropping a follow, a like, subscribe. It does make a difference, whether it's on here on Nymaera, whether it's on the restream on Onivia as well. I am watching all of your chats, so I'll get to see them as well. But no, it does make a difference to us, and we'll listen to the interview here.
好的，让我们恭喜深圳 IP 2-1获胜。那么当然呢，这场比赛确实他们发挥的都非常出色。那我们邀请到的是中单选手凯尔，先和大家打个招呼呢。
大家好，我是 IP 的中单凯尔。
欢迎凯尔来到我们的赛后采访。今天哇，深圳 IP 真的是打得很好。那第二赛段登峰组呢，其实在之前卓队在赛后采访的时候也说了，你们会面临很多的硬仗嘛。那也恭喜你们今天这一关挑战成功了。你觉得今天大家整体发挥怎么样？重点就是夸一夸我们今天整体队伍的一个表现，好不好？
我觉得我们队伍今天状态的话，除开第一局之外挺好的吧。然后，因为我们调整的很快嘛，就迅速找好下2把要怎么打。我觉得这样其实挺好的。
确实，其实从昨天到今天也看到你们的调整能力是非常迅速。今天大家的全员状态都是很在线的。那确实，阿萨姆我们在赛前的采访的时候也是诚不欺我们，今天下路真的是非常的激烈，整体也爆发了很多波火拼的名场面嘛。那有没有说就是昨天攒着一股劲儿，然后想要在今天全力以赴的这样的信念呢？
昨天的话也是比较可惜，没有把握住优势吧。然后今天就是尽量玩得稳一点嘛，然后就大家团结一点。
确实，今天后2局大家都发挥的挺稳的，然后也很多波的场面都是转危为安的。那我们重点来聊聊后面2局啊。其实第2局前期是均势甚至有点小劣的，但你们现在中塔抓住了一波机会嘛。那后期你的沙皇还有后亚上单的维鲁斯都是打出了以1敌100的一个效果。你觉得第2局能够拿下胜利的一个关键点是在于你们的阵容啊、体系啊选得比较好，还是说大家在后期的这个团战当中配合的比较优秀呢？
我觉得是我们在前中期的时候，尽量该换资源的换资源，然后该抓机会的机会我们都抓到了吧，然后也没有给对面太多的机会。
是这样的，因为中期运营也是做的挺缜密的，包括后期的话，大家都是稳住了局势的。那来聊聊决胜局吧。决胜局你们其实选择的是一套比较偏后期的阵容，我们是能够看到那个想要的游戏画面的。当然对面的话，其实也选择了一个前期偏打架的阵容嘛。那你们也是在下路的话，先是一个完美的线杀去开局，但中期其实有点小掉点。这一套阵容的话，你们是怎么能够在前期去找到一个完美的节奏点的呢？
因为对面阵容的话，就前期会比较凶嘛，然后我们尽量就是让打野去多看着下路，保着下路玩，然后自己中路就抗压嘛，等到6级，这样可以给对面边线很大的威慑吧。
确实在中后期的时候，你们也是火力全开了。那当然，在我们的大龙团的时候，也是打出了很好的一个效果。那今天呢，后2局比赛真的是全员发挥的都很出色。那我们其实也看到了，在这一个赛段的 NIP 其实也是在稳中向好的嘛。那你觉得这一赛段的深圳 IP 想要呈现一个怎样风格的队伍呢？想要以什么样的词汇被大家记住呢？
我觉得对于我们现在这支 IP 的话，其实更多的是来做一件事吧，大家就主要是团结一致，我觉得就可以了。
团结一致就可以了，而且今天我觉得大家真的是打得很团结啊，各种配合都非常的紧密。还有一个小好奇，其实想问一下我们的凯尔选手啊，因为其实今天的话下路真的是火拼得非常激烈嘛。那我们看到阿萨姆选手呢也是打得很激进。那在平时训练，包括在我们这2天的一个发挥当中的话，大家在赛后是怎么去讨论他的一个风格的呢？
我觉得有优势就应该勇敢点打吧，就是也不用怕，反正我们都在他身后嘛。
非常相信他，也会为他兜底，对不对？我觉得其实就是因为这样的团结，就是因为这样的彼此信任，才能够支撑我们的深圳 IP 在今天拿到非常好的一个成绩。再次恭喜他们。那么最后吧，也想问一下，我们今天呢，主场也来了很多的粉丝朋友们嘛，也在等着这一刻你们的一个胜利，所以有什么话想要对大家说吗？
就是非常感谢大家来线下看比赛吧，然后谢谢大家的支持。
好的，感谢大家的支持，也谢谢凯凯选手接受我们的采访。那么再次恭喜你们，也希望你们后面收获更多的胜利。本场的赛后采访就到这里，让我们把时间交给解说席。
Hey, that's one for all you Mandarin speakers out there. Nice to get some the interviews through there as well, for those of you who do speak the language. Hope you enjoyed that. Well, that's our first series done, and we're on to BLG versus WE. Should be a very fun one. I'm not going to lie, WE may get their skulls caved in. However, I'm personally going to, you know, enjoy it, I suppose. I think it's going to be fun to watch what BLG can do. Dude, oh, Hung had a bit of a nightmare, didn't he? Had a bit of a nightmare. Oh my god, the flash makes Hung miss that ultimate. That is just... oh god. Does he get crit in this next one? Does he get crit in this? I'm just trying to look at that last play where he gets caught out by the Tristana. Does he get crit in that play? Is that a crit? I don't know. I don't see the crit number coming up above his head. That was a very bad series from Hung. Oh, man. Okay, well, those are the two plays I thought were kind of bad. Wait, Weber lost? Yeah, Weber lost. Yep, they did. Yeah, they did. Player of the match. It's got to be Assume, right? Assume was kind of nuts. Wait, no. There's actually one maybe for Care. No, Care did die on... no, Care was pretty good. Across all 3 games? Did I see the perfect game from the Hawks in... yeah, I did. I did. Yeah, but Jue's joined EDG. I don't like Jue's a good player and he deserves a spot. He should. But my worry is that, you know, Palkia then just gets left out in the blue. We're just gonna get this revolving door of supports going between different teams and not really ever getting stability to learn. No, yeah. Oh my gosh. Unfun fact. You want an unfun fact? I can do that. Unfun fact. Let me think of that. If certain breeds of sheep, if they don't like wear down their horns, will eventually die from them because they'll grow into their own skull. Because they keep going back round into the because they can like spin round, but sometimes sheep can actually die from their own horns because they will grow into their own skull. Do you think minimizing the hours of gaming in teens is mostly has started hurting LPL? Yeah, it has, because it's hurt LDL. What it's meant is that Development League has become the bottom teams in LPL rather than the LDL. I'm so ready for MSI to be Hawks and Ground Zero. That would be really funny. That would be funny. You have an unfun fact? Angie has an unfun fact.
Scallops have eyes. Sometimes 200 of them.
Scallops have 200 eyes? What?
Yeah.
That's like, who need, that's like biblically accurate angel territory. What? So it's become EU Masters but for LPL? I mean, it's more like your LCKCL. Well, I don't know, it's weird, right? But basically the bottom tier teams like in Group Nirvana become like your Development League. Because LDL is somewhat, I mean, technically there are some games which are played, I think now, but it is kind of defunct, right? It's taken so many hits, LDL, so. Okay. Okay, couple minutes till our next series, BLG versus W. This should be fun. You know, our first stand champions, or yeah, you know, never pass up a chance to go see that. I do need to put some adverts on at some point. Yeah, I'm going to put on some adverts now, and we'll get into our thingy. What do we call it? Second series. Yeah, that's the one. Might be stupid, but is Sam casting? No, Sam's taking a break because he's casting some extra league later and just want to keep care of his voice. I was noticing his voice was getting a bit of a rough edge to it anyway, so he's just looking after his voice. We always have to, you know. We do that for each other. Basically, if one of us starts getting a bit of a rough voice, the other one will do the thingy for a bit. Okay, there's a fun fact. I need a roast for Xerath and a compliment for Duo. Let me have a think. Yeah.
Xerath? Who's that? Who is that? Do they come around often? Never heard that name before.
Well, imagine.
Huh.
Let me think. Yeah, Xerath, you know, I'm actually happy that you asked for unfun facts because it allows me to, you know, bring back the disdain and the unfun which you bring me from chat. I don't, that doesn't sound like a roast, that just sounds really mean. Okay, whatever. Okay.
We love you, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, Duo is the fun facts of chat. Xerath is the unfun facts of chat. Oh god, okay, alright.
Stop bullying chat.
They ask for it. They pay points for it.
Makes you think.
Oh god. Man, what games we got tomorrow? Actually, let me check that. Did Angie keep the watch streak? Yes, Angie started typing in chat while she was sat like 2 feet away from me, and I was like, okay, that's like new levels of antisocial.
I'm getting roasted too. I didn't even do anything.
I just explained what you did. We have LNG versus. So we have our first Group Nirvana series tomorrow, LNG ADG, and then we have JDG AL. JDG AL should be really interesting because, you know, AL still look not great. This is Xi'an, by the way. Welcome to Xi'an. Those high-rise buildings are very Xi'an. They're very notable there. Xi'an's a beautiful city, folks. Angie, can you cast the next game? Just says duo.
If I talk for like more than 5 minutes at a time, my voice gets fucked up because I don't speak English.
Get a headache. Yeah. Combo for Pinchilus, and I will get hydrated as well. Let me have a think, Pinchilus. Let me have a think. Wait. Pinchilus, you consistently have funny comments in chat. You genuinely have consistently funny comments in chat. Like, I just try going through your I'm going through your chat history, and it's like, oh, true. Pioshik has more world's titles with Faker than with world's titles without Faker than Faker. And like, who? I appreciate the comedy you bring to chat, Vinceless. I appreciate the comedy you bring to chat. And I will pass the check. I will do that. I do need to get hydrated too. It's a good hydrate command. I've started like having like a big bottle of water by the side of me, which I should have had before. It's just, you know.
It took me like 3 days of forcing him to stay hydrated. Because
Just because I normally roll out of bed and I don't really prep for streams, I just like, well,
yeah,
I'm here now.
I've noticed that.
Like, what's up? A bottle of water. Bottle of water.
A bottle of water.
Reminder that when you're making jokes about that, you're making fun of like working class like accents. You're taking part in class warfare, folks. I'm just saying.
Sorry.
Same thing with all the jokes about London. You're actually like promoting like yeah.
Not to be too woke, but
yeah. No, legit. I think that's actually a conversation which people need to have at some point. A lot of those jokes are legitimately like pushed by certain groups for reasons. WE onto the Rift though. The support which could have been playing for the team last game. I'm just saying. On Team WE now. WE, I don't like how they keep drafting for. Wait, hang on. BLG is the worst bot lane proximity of every team. That makes a lot of sense because they play for Bin so much. W the most though. That's so surprising. Well, this is the highest bot lane percentage team versus the lowest bot lane proximity team. That is very interesting. That's very interesting. This is the match record. WE have taken games off of BLG. I can't even remember the last. You know, I can't remember the last time WE won a series versus BLG. Let me check. Let's have a look-see. The last time that WE beat BLG was 2023 spring, and I'm not going to lie, that might have been one which I actually cast. That's kind of crazy. I might have been that might have been one of my like first series casting them. Gosh, that's a something. What week was that? BLG WE, when was that? Because they used to go like 1-on-1 every week. They lost in week 4. Who was casting that in week 4? BLGW. Yeah, guys, that was one of my very first LPL casts. That was one of my very first LPL casts in week 4 of LPL. And I was casting it with a Sheen. The first cast I ever had in LPL was with Hysterics. It was LGD versus Rare Atom. So Cube was actually playing in that game too, by the way, because he was on Rare Atom at that point. Gosh. That was a time, folks. That was a time. What else did I cast after that? Then I cast WTT as my second series with Mazel. And Ultra Prime versus AL. Oh, that was the bad AL. Was that the... No, that wasn't the time where Ultra Prime got like 1,000,000 pentakills. Then I cast NIP JDG and Top Esports RA. I cast a lot of RA. They do put you on like the lower tier games at first, so you get ready for it, right? And then I cast BLGW. That was like the 5th series I ever cast. That was the 5th series I ever cast in my LPL history. Yeah.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访环节，我是主持人小鱼。赛前我们请到了 BLG 的勋选手，先打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 BLG 打野勋。
现在队伍已经是渐入佳境了嘛？第2赛段开启的话，队伍可能会在哪些方面继续来进行攻克呢？
就是在后期，一些野区进的不要太深嘛，然后注意对位吧。
今天也说到了野区嘛，今天来面对上 WE， 其实野区的一些节奏啊，可能也会成为一个比较关键的一环。所以勋自己的话，会比较关注哪些方面呢
？WE 在前中期，我觉得对抗会比较强嘛，然后打他们注意好前中期的对抗就行。
好，我们赛场见。好的，在赛前我们请到了西安 WE 的 Cube 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安学院 WE 电竞选手戴南 Cube。
现在也是今天嘛，来面对一场背靠背的对决了，来迎战非常强劲的对手 BLG。在昨天结束之后，做了哪些准备来迎战这场比赛呢？
昨天其实我们输完之后，大家都说的比较多吧。然后今天的话，就是因为对手非常强嘛，所以我们就发挥我们自己的吧。
但也可以看出来，你们从上个赛段开始，不管是选角啊或者风格方面有一些变化，所以现在可能处于一个什么样的阶段呢？
就我们现在因为换了个人嘛，然后训练时间其实也很久，所以我们现在还在慢慢磨合吧。就我们现在还需要多打比赛，多打训练赛吧。
好的，比赛加油！
Hey, Zero, you know that picture of me? That is the one that I used for like every kind of like calling card I had for forever. It was taken by my grandma actually. That's in Tottenham Court Road Station. That's one of my favorite photos of myself. It's very, very cool. I'll let my grandma know that. But you know what, folks? Let's talk about the here and now. That's from back in 2019. This is here in 2026. BLG versus WE. This is one of the very first series that I ever cast in LPL. And funnily enough, that series was the last time that WE beat BLG in a best of series. It was a long time ago now. 2023 spring. It's a very different roster there. For BLG, they didn't have Knight yet. They didn't have Viper yet either. That's definitely a much more new addition. BLG, the visiting team, on the road in Xi'an, the old capital of China, and WE's home ground. Speaking of them, I'll come onto the stage now. Look at those VIP bucket seats, those look great. I'd love to sit in them, cool stuff. WE onto the stage now themselves. They've had to do a fair amount of soul searching. WE got 2-0'd by Top Esports. 2-0'd by NIP as well. They are in Group Ascend. It's like you are on the council, but we do not grant you the rank of master. Take a seat, young WE. Been very much diffed in their first game so far. They have some creativity, especially in jungle. If Monkey and Karis get going, we think this team can do good things. Her support pickup, I think, is pretty good. He has a while to go. He's still a rookie-ish support. Only started playing last year in terms of top tier. Was in tier 2 before that. But I think he's an upgrade over Yao Yao. Monkey and Knight team captains will bump fists. That rocket takes off in your left ear. That thing gets me every time. BLG are first stand champions. If anything stops them from winning this series, it'll be themselves, really, won't it? Tends to be the way with BLG. I suppose we get into the meat and potatoes of the second one, don't we? BLG, laughter and smiles. Feels like the chemistry's back. Oh, Vasu can redeem a compliment.
We love you, Vasu.
But like everything I say about Vasu is a compliment. He's great.
He's always like, oh, I'm the worst person ever, while being the greatest friend we have ever had.
Also, I hate to say it, Vasu's better at Slay the Spire than me. I was like, shit, every time I play multiplayer, I'm like, damn, this guy's got a really good deck. What do you mean? Versus better at Slay the Spire than me.
Maybe,
oh,
maybe the brain is just bigger.
The brain is just so much bigger. It's actually hidden under there. You would have thought that would have worked for me, but apparently not. Okay, folks, let's get ready for this first draft of the day. Not first of the day, but the series. That's the one. I'm looking forward to this one. I am, because I want to see what we can learn from BLG, because, you know, the best teams in the world, I think they have better drafts right now. I think they have better jungle planning right now. And those are the two biggest things which I've noticed between top teams and the rest of the world. It's the way that they draft. It's the way that they approach jungle as a team game. I think that Shun is the best jungler in the world right now. Xerath is the worst chatter in the world right now. He redeemed a roast. Keeps doing it. How does he have so many points? How? Roasts are like coffee? Yeah, but at least coffee tastes good. So, wait, I don't know how that relates to that, but yeah. Let's get into the draft for Series 2. Oh, folks, if you're enjoying what you're hearing here, we would love to have you as part of the community, both Sam and myself and everyone else in the chat as well. It has been my favorite place to hang out, and that's why I've done so much of it. If you'd like to join the community, there's a Discord link, there are socials you can follow us on, and also you can just stop by anytime you want. We're here every day for LPL, and we love doing it. And we appreciate your time and commitment to us as a channel. Keeps us in rent. You know, literally, the support we have from chat does pay our rent. We only get to keep doing this because of you, and we get to go into our drafts and bring you our favorite thing to do: watching League of Legends here in China, here in the LPL. It's a fun time. We've got our samba beats on, get a little bit of a pep in your step. W versus BLG, second series of the day after our 3-game first one. Orianna, Rumble, gone. AoE, strong AP laners, Karma, Azir. Still have Jarvan, still have Pantheon, the Ashe Seraphim will be gone. We have Varus. We have Lulu, we have Pantheon. Ryze Pantheon is the big one right now. That duo is absolutely cracked. So BLG, they'll probably lock out of the Pantheon or the Ryze if both are left up. If only one's left up, maybe you can get rid of, pass over the other. The Pantheon is gone, so I don't think you're as obligated to lock in Ryze. You may as well anyway, unless you have other priority roles. Karras does play a mean Ryze himself. Even without the Pantheon, the Ryze is still really, really strong. And I think the big thing is the counters to the Ryze haven't really been working anymore. You know, they've been fine, but they haven't been winning you games. They win you some dopamine for the first 10 minutes of the game. It's kind of it. We might see something like Vi Aurora. Even then, I don't think that kills a Ryze. This is the problem with Ryze. You go for burst combos, and Ryze just lives because for some reason he's allowed to have 1,000,000 HP and then also do 1,000,000 damage. The thing which used to gatekeep Ryze is that he didn't have sustain and he was low range, so you could poke him out and then he'd never get into that Gatling gun range. Jarvan locked in for Monkey. Okay, it's a long range engage combo. You can Shinzo a Poppy for Shun, and I think he's really happy now. I think he's really happy with that. Hell, you could even lock Lulu after that if you want the Enchanter. Get the Shinzo Lulu. Briar Hover, I haven't seen that in a while. Oh, cool, Ball. That's really cool. By the way, if you're watching on third-party apps, think about coming through to the main channel. If you want to ask questions, you have to use the chat switch I'm on if you're watching on a third-party site. Makes a big difference to me in terms of the numbers, too. Varus locked in. That is a flex. That can be a flex. Not that Bin has played the Varus top lane. But it is worth noting, as we were saying, the best teams in the world draft very well. And BLG are one of the best drafting teams in the world, or at least they were at first stand. Of course, when you come back from an international event, teams have learned from you. Cube might go towards the Jace again. Now, we had this conversation yesterday with Team WE. I don't like Cube on carries because even if he gets gold, he tends to die quite easily. He's not very respectful of the map when he's in side lane. And when he falls behind, this guy is just a disaster at points too. I prefer him on tanks because he can be a very, very good tank team fighter, but it's his carry gameplay which I don't like as much. So when I see Cube on a carry like a Jace, I get worried. Especially against Bin, who is so disgusting in individual lanes. WE presumably ban away the Yorick now. Varus into Jarvan. Yeah, look, I understand the worry of the Varus in the Jarvan. I do understand that. But basically what you want is just Viper being very long range and being self-sufficient. We saw the stats before the game. BLG have the lowest bot lane proximity of any team in the LPL so far, and W have the highest. BLG are not going to be focusing on Viper. He's going to be left alone on an island to allow them to play towards Bin and his carries and on roaming across the map. That is their style. Sivir banned away from about scaling option, which lanes well into the Varus. Maybe they ban away the Ezreal as well as a comfort pick of about, so we give them an extra poke champion as well. Or Corki would also be pretty good for WTs. There's enough AD carries for them to make a difference. Maybe you ban away the Nami then with that in mind. You're not going to pick it yourself with Varus. Varus doesn't really like playing with an army. He just doesn't like fish. What can I say? Maybe he likes... Well, the thing is though, he's like catfish because he used to be Varus Tom Kench is the big thing. I got a malicious side eye from Angie, who's a big fish lover and also a Varus lover too. So I'm like, okay, let's not pit them against each other. It's going to be the Yorick and the Sion band away from Bin. No surprises there. Just matchups which can either outscale or ignore, well, kill or ignore the Jace eventually. BLG, I think Ezreal, Corki, or Nami, all quite good bans. Could ban away Bard too. Ban away the Ezreal. BLG might look for Bard. I think W look for Corki Nami, and because that'll give them the extra poke, gives them a very long range comp. And then I think BLG look for the Bard, and then whatever top lane matchup Bin's feeling on the day. There you go. I know my League of Legends, don't I? Corki Nami very likely here, I think. Gives you some sustain, gives you some pretty good ability to jump on the Varus at points too. Corki long range with the poke later, especially with the Nami buffing it up. No, I was wrong. Okay, potentially the Lucian. Lucian instead. I preferred the Corki. I think the Corki gave you more poke later on, even though the Lucian has more available mobility. I think that Lucian is way worse into Rise, because Corki can burst out the Rise, potentially one-shot him. He has that much burst damage. I don't think Lucian can. In fact, Rise really likes playing against Lucian a lot of the time. Potential Nico now. I think the thing... Lucian, not great for Bard. You don't want to pick a Bard into Aurora Lucian. They're just too mobile, really. He's good into Jace, but the rest of the comp, not great there. Nico better at catching them out. Lucian lower range, so often caught out there. The Ambassador's pretty Kino here. Yeah, the Ambassador's pretty good. Snap engage. If Jace is caught in an auto-attack animation, the Madada beyond your case. Mother's here. What did you do to my daughter? Oh, God. Okay, last pick for WE. I assume it's going to be the Nami. I don't think the Milio's got... Look, Lucian Milio is nice, but the Nami I think is better for the disengage. It's pretty good versus the Xin Zhao too. Right, folks, you know how it is. I'm going to put on an ad break while I talk about the draft. If you want to not see ads, please drop a sub. It makes a difference. And if you're watching on a third-party site as well, just think about dropping through into the main channel, dropping some comments if you do want to ask questions, and it helps keeps this stream alive as well. The only way the third-party site gets to keep using my stuff is if I'm actually streaming. The only way I get to keep streaming is if this is a profitable... venture for myself. All right, let's think about these drafts. Long range from WE, the culling, the shock blast, very long range. Snap engage from BLG, very nice though. You can have the Realm Warp bringing the Nico, the Ambassador, or the Xin Zhao into position. I want to see Knight really get people into position to engage onto the squishy threats of the Lucian, the Aurora, and the Jace as well. I'm quite worried for WE picking such a squishy composition with Cube on a volatile matchup. Cube has typically not been good at volatile matchups. However, we shall see if that continues through here today. So we get into our first game of the second series. I believe in WE. I mean, look, I think, look, Monkey is on an early game impactful champion. Monkey is a good player of the Jarvan. Look, if anyone's going to do it, it'll be Monkey. Air her on the Nami, see how I can do in the laning phase 2. Let's get on to the Rift and hear those Gyos, our first stand champions, shall be welcomed with thunderous applause and Gyos. Oh, I love that skybox. The old capital. Yeah. I've been talking about this a bit, but it feels like the LPL has been reinvigorated by that first stand win. The crowds are believing in them again. A lot of last year, even for big games, it felt like the seats were quite empty. Winning an international event and just proving that, yeah, you know, we can compete. We can be the best in the world. Makes a huge difference. And BLG, for now, do get to hold that title. Well, trading down on HP a little bit. It's pretty even as far as it goes. Wave's going to come back in towards, and there is such a thing as over-shoving a wave. Monkey went for an invade, did not manage. Oh, that's really important. We were focusing on bot lane. Monkey went for an invade on blue buff, didn't manage to get it. Heavy trade in bot side. About an hour, were trying to get bot lane prior to allow Monkey to invade. But Shun managed to get his blue buff. That's very important for him. Monkey went. Was that even a level 1 invade? I think it was. Our camera normally pans over for that. My bad, I should have been looking at the minimap. So now Shun is going to do... So this is where Shun's mastery really comes to play, right? Where does he path after this point? Because, you know, he's leaving his Gromp. He's going towards topside. Hey, Rich. Hey, Tomato. Great to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Welcome back. Monkey. Going to be a camp behind in terms of his clear. So Shun went Blue Wolves Raptors, went up towards Krugs. Karis taking a hard trade against Karis, both low HP. Pot ticking for Knights, he'll be fine for now. Not loving it, but he's fine. It's really been nice to hear loud crowds again. There's something, it feels nice to be part of an invigorated scene. It's something that, look, as League goes on and there's so much doom and news about various different things, you can understand why people lose some inspiration for it. Jarvan's going to be on bot side a little quicker than the Xin Zhao. Of course, you got that lore matchup between those two as well. Friends they are. Does he go towards the Gromp? He is going towards the Gromp. Shun... well, bot lane's not going to be able to come help that easily. Now, if he starts the Gromp... Okay, so Shun will get bot scuttle maybe. Cube's disconnected. Okay. Now, this is really quite something, because WE just saw Shun. So they have a lot of time to think about what they're going to do with the Gromp, with the bot side scuttle, and their bot side prior. Because normally you have to think about that in the heat of the moment. This is one of those times where a pause is actually really, really important. Now, technically, BLG will have a chance to think too. But I think particularly for WE, with the concrete information, that's actually a really important pause. Now, is it not that they intentionally paused then. I mean, it'll be for a bunch of different reasons, right? But the timing of that just, yeah. Yeah, the timing, that's a bit awkward. I mean, the early game... Look, I have to say, you know, the initial invade, not fantastic for Monkey, but his second play to return to Gromp is actually really good, because now he can actually threaten a dive on bot side. It's a squishy bot lane who's under half HP against a burst bot lane from themselves. The Lucian can dash in for that follow-up auto very, very well. It's probably important to note that the players aren't supposed to talk about the game during pauses. Yes, for sure, they can't talk about the game because discussing strategy during a pause is a problem, for sure. However, no worries, Zareth. Good to see you here. But the thing is, every player can think about the information which they have, and if they prepare for this kind of stuff, obviously it makes a difference. So Monkey will now have had an extra, like, 2 minutes to think about, well, I can kill the Gromp in this amount of time, he's on this part of the map, this is what I can do. And then bot lane can think about the same stuff, because they can now think about, well, okay, I can trade at this point. I know that Xin Zhao can come bot lane. Hand signals to communicate, yeah, use, yeah. Are strategic timeouts allowed in LPL? No, nowhere in the world do we have strategic timeouts in League of Legends. We don't get to pause the game for that. The reason it works in tactical shooters is that you can do it, between rounds, so it doesn't break the flow of the actual game. Gonna take this time to get hydrated, and yeah, I'm gonna just chill out just a second. Time for Angie to take over. Angie's actually just gone out to go studying. She's got some exams coming up. Do you think there's any way at all where you can somehow squeeze the Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong Cannon into a cast? Oh my god. Now you've mentioned it, maybe. Yes, I actually can. I've thought about 3 different ways I could fit that in already. Back into game, Monkey's going bot lane. This is the kind of comms which are important. They dive immediately and they kill the Varus. He does have a teleport. He'll be able to get back for the next wave. They get the kill, but they don't end up getting the Gromp. Do they get bot scuttle as well? No. Monkey's gonna go towards his Krugs. He's got his Raptors respawning as well. Shun will go that bin heavy trade onto him. Tanks up the last auto attack with the shield. Does have Doran's shield and pot running. Viper dies. And it's the Nico running out of base. The teleport was already there. I was thinking, why has Viper used teleport and he's still in base? Did he accidentally teleport to a turret in his base? Look, Cube's Shock Blast were not accurate last game. I'm just going to throw that out there. They were just not very accurate. I guess the cannon with that does have the extra auto attack range. Shun going into bot side jungle. Will spot out air her here. Knows that potentially he's in there. Oh, man. He thought that he might be in there. Uses the... they know he's somewhere. They know he's somewhere. What's the plan now? What's the plan? They're walking over. On's here. Can they get the CC onto him? No. Flash away. Good reactions. If he gets CC'd there, it's a problem. Can they dive? Anyway, Jarvan's coming down. This has to be quick. The full HP. I'm not sure I like this. The W lands us a lot of that early damage. On takes another tower shot. It's going to be a 1-for-1. It might be a 2-for-1. Flash away feels like it is very much in vain, even though he's a Varus. V champions all the same. Monkey will kill him at some point. The Halo Blade's not going to save his life. The W missing means that On takes an extra tower shot. Monkey was on the bot side. BLG have lost Viper twice in the first 5 minutes of the game. WE, very good early plan. And BLG, I felt like initially they had the ability to make a big difference there on the bot side. After that failed invade from Monkey onto the blue buff. Not quite been as easy as that, though. Viper and On getting trashed by the Lucian Nami in the early levels of the game in terms of 2v2. It's a strong 2v2 lane, but Varus Nico, no slouches themselves. Lost far too much HP in the early trades. Viper back into bot lane. About is very far ahead now. Rookie the split from last split. I personally think he had a rough first split, actually. I thought it should have gone to Fengyue, but a player who got that accolade nonetheless. Korean AD carry coming out of the challenges scene. Arrow just tapping him there. It's not the Comet on the Varus. It still will be poke. Halo Blades hasn't really been an on-hit rune for Varus for a while, but he's doing quite well to keep up in CS here. I know he's still down, like, hang on a second, Ultra into top side. Do they roam up with the Rise? Maybe not. Bim, where's the extra amount of his cooldowns? Pang's the ultimate, but don't really feel like he wins that at all. The Dirk from Cube, really nasty there. It's a bit of a trade, but not that much. Viper jumped onto full stacks. Ow, get damage back onto about. Heal comes down. Can the extra thing here? Has no flash. Where's the extra cooldowns for them? That's a bit much from On. Shun wasn't close enough, so that's just going to be the flash. A very important summoner down for On. That was way too far from On. Did not need to commit the flash there. Oh, Q damage actually lands onto him. Does Cube land the Shock Blast this time? Yeah, it does. That's the first time we've seen him land the entire game, actually. He has Cookies running, which helps him out a little bit. As long as he saves his W, should be fine. Walking beyond the turret. Cube misses the Q. Again, not great accuracy with them. Didn't have the best showing of that. Last time with the tower shot, it's him too. Spot Monkey out here. On doesn't have flash. Used it onto her before. On will die. Question is, do they catch catch Viper as well? Well, they might just do. Where's the Realm Warp? It's going to come down. How much damage does Shun and Knight have? They're going to get the first one in here. It's going to die about likely afterwards as well. So it's actually going to end up being 2 for 2. Good response by Knight and Shun to pick up people. But you can see that the bot lane proximity from WE going on to Viper and On, which is typically left alone by BLG, has caused them some issues. Hyper prioritizing that bot lane. Trying to make sure that Viper and On can't just survive and then just allow On to roam. Be his best. On is so good on the roam. His 2v2's been a bit weaker, I have to say, this year. He's had some mistakes. You think about some of the mistakes he had at first stand. He'd die early in lane, and then, of course, it wouldn't matter. He'd just carry the game after. But his laning has been somewhat exploitable in the early game. You know, hang on, back into mid lane. Oh, no, flash again. Caught out on the roam. On 3 deaths now in the early game. Not a good early showing for him. It's a squishy champion, this Nico. WE doing a great job with Monkey particularly. just jumping on the Nico whenever they can. Hang on, Monkey smoked, and that's a lot of damage, oh my god. Yeah, well, Monkey see, Monkey gone. Monkey don't see him anymore. Monkey, go to morgue. Monkey go underground now. Monkey in casket. Monkey no in jungle. Amaze, amaze, amaze. Watched Project Hail Mary yesterday, it was a good film. Been doing quite well, again, at keeping within 10 CS against the Jays, that's completely fine, honestly. Shun, I actually need to keep his flash in this early game too. This is a 3-kill Shinzao, where the hell's that come from? No, the heavy pressure onto bot lane obviously netted WE some rewards, but it hasn't like, that's step 1 and 2 of the plan, but where's like step 3 through 10? They lose the dragon, Shun is still ahead in gold, he's still ahead in XP, you've got a poke Varus, which is still fine. You know, the kills onto about are crazy. A 4-kill Lucian, that's big. It is. 800 gold ahead, that's nice. But it's not like Viper's out of the game. He's a poke Varus. He just gets to keep playing the way he wants to. That's going to be big engage coming through. Full stacks from the Varus ultimates. And the 4 kills onto the Lucian. Don't feel like they're that much. I mean, he really wishes he wouldn't have those double light slinger guns. Instead, he'd much rather have just one single Neo Armstrong Cyclone Jet Armstrong cannon to fire that culling out of. Sadly, his weaponry's not quite as advanced as that wonderful piece of technology. I got it in. Viper and not on. Much better that. Good CC. The threat afterwards is insane. Jumping towards topside. Ambassador ult lands. Cube does have flash. I don't think it will save his life though. And indeed, it won't. Shun flashes to get that last auto attack to make sure he can't get over the wall. I don't know what other Gintama references I can get in there. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. I mean, when you think about it, Jax is basically just the Gintoki of League of Legends. Imagine if he had a real katana, you know, he just uses like the practice. Hang on a second, you shouldn't be there as flash. Bubbles back step from the slowest landed, uses the heal, he'll be safe, blows the summoner, but he's under half HP. Shun is so huge, 4-0. It's look, you know that IQ curve of like haha Shunjiao, and then there's the middle IQ of like, well, you know, against Jarvan and with this bot lane prior, and then top half of it is like, oh well, haha Shunjiao. The ult's thrown out by Airhair, splits them apart. Jan Viper flashes anyway, hits the ultimate. Who cares when you've got 4 kills against you? Viper will do it anyway. One of the best poke Varus players of all time destroys about that. Was clearly afraid of the all-in. Misses the ultimate. They're not fantastic. Obviously, tried to do the disengage. Not working fantastically there. Bin. The Eclipse shielding. So nasty. Oh, just About too aggressive again. About has been walking up a lot. I mean, I know that I lost the flash there too. Both of these bot lanes, for all the resources they had early, walking up far too aggressively into the Varus Nico and not realizing they can get one shot. They absolutely can be. I completely agree, by the way, SCS. I was absolutely saying that. Look, Cube should not be playing carry matchups in general. I think that Cube is very much a I don't like him on volatile matchups. He's a good tank team fighter. Play for that. But every so often, W, just give him a Gwen, a Jace, something like the Yorick. Well, at least you can team fight with that. And I don't think that Cube pays it off very well. You know, Bin's managed to stay within a decent amount of CS, which this is meant to be, you know, a matchup. But Jason, any matchup is meant to be very far ahead, and he's not really. 1,000 gold up for Shin, though. He's been the hero of this game. No, his Xinjiao is the, well, best in the LPL. I mean, normally you'd contest it with Tarzan, but I think that Shin has been on better form with it recently, especially in the very early game. In the mid lane, Knight has that kill and the assist, even if in farm with Karis on one of the arguably the strongest mid laner on the patch as well. This is the Thulu, thanks for the follow. You got any cousins of like really Lovecraftian nature we need to know about? You know, there's actually there's a Cthulhu game coming out in the next month. Might end up doing a game review of that. We'll see. Might play it on stream after game at some point. Shun into bot side is going to be spotted. It's a good ward in the lane. You know, the ults are back up from Viper and on. They're clearly spoiling for a fight. Dash away by About. Dodges out. Jarvan in the bot side is spotted on a ward in mid lane. Knight would like to get back into lane. I think he's close to getting... He might get his upgraded boots. Normally you want to complete your Rod of Ages first. I don't think he's quite got the gold for that. Oh, he does. Wow, that's a nice timing, especially. Wait, hang on. Knight's got a crazy amount of gold for the early game. That's a very good Rod of Ages timing. And then he also gets Swifties, and he's still got his Dark Seal and his series. Very happy. Very, very happy. Yeah, I think it's Cthulhu Rising or something like that. There's a game coming out in the next. It's like a puzzle horror game. Looks pretty good. Karis is going to get the combo onto Knight. Just came back with a Rod of Ages. Has the extra bit of HP, but it's not stacked up yet. And the first item, Dash Cannon of the Rocket Belt, is built up by Karis. So what's the next play? Vision Control's been fought over. You know, the very early clear. This did remind me of WE in the past, you know, where they had, last year, where they would just full send it in the early game. Back then, they'd be picking stuff like Nautilus, though, to really start the early fights better. Shun mistimes the spawn just about there. Ward over the wall. No deeper vision. You spot that out now. So now the river is completely dark. They're going to have to enter through the bot side of river. It'll be a single directional fight. Monkey does have flash, does have ults. Well, doing that into On, who's on the flank also. Yeah, On's got a great angle on the Nico here. He's very likely to hit someone. The tidal wave, not that impactful. On does get onto both bot lane as the dragon secured by Shun. Goes very, very low. Nice popped the ghost. Spin has teleported down. Karis does have flash. We're expecting him to make it out. Flash is over the wall. It's a very good escape. Although Bin is not leaving without a prize. Will make his way onto Karis. Turret is taken by Cube. That's no small thing for him, but they lose, what, 2 kills? Well, they lose... Well, how many kills do they lose? They lose the kill and they lose the dragon. I think it's just the 1 kill, actually. Well, Cube does get the top lane advantage. That's a decent amount of gold for Cube. He's not unhappy with that. What caused the downfall is 369. I don't think he's been trash at all for a while. I mean, he's a bit of a tilter. He definitely lets things hang on. Bin can't stop the back there. You know, he got like a 5,000 individual gold lead over Bin at the end of last regular season in the Gnar versus Renekton matchup. I mean, 369 has had some excellent games in and about the place. Has he been as consistently good? No, but I think that top esports as a team with all the things which went on obviously definitely hurts. Good ult by On. Doesn't quite lead to the full kill. Mansa managed to make it out there. Cube's been jumped on again. Cube on carries. Well, the Ox teleporting up for him. He flashes forwards. On no flash himself. Does he die for this? There's no turret from him. They might leave the Nico for dead, and in fact, I think they will. Oh, good dash cannon. Gets out the way. Cube uses the flash aggressively. Karis teleports up. Knight now gets the turret on the other side, and in a play which WE really should have gotten a kill back with Karis coming back up. You get nothing from that bit. They will get the Herald. Turret taken on the other side for Knights. Very happy with that is Knight. The Rise very, very strong, of course. Can kind of 1v1 any character on the map here. But no, I actually think 369 has been a lot better than people think. I think back in 2025, you think about Winter Finals, he just destroyed Flandre in the 1v1. Hang on a second. Viper looking towards Cube. There's no flash on Cube now. Oh, Cube. He doesn't have enough HP. Yes, some damage onto Viper. Won't be enough, though. And Viper will go down. Didn't even need the teleport for that. I thought he might have teleported in because he's playing macro Varus. Cube just doesn't get great value in side lanes, especially on these carry matchups. I get worried about it. It's another death for him there. 0 and 2. Yes, he did get that tower gold, but I'd much rather that gold be into Karis or Monkey, the players who I much more trust and believe in to use that gold lead responsibly. Viper and On contesting in the mid wave. Root does not land there, misses. 369 has always been pretty hard on himself. Yeah, for sure. Hang on, Karis looking for the big burst. That's going to be the culling getting him through. Flash away from the ultimate. On gets him that dash cannon forwards. He might die for this, but do they take one back? Support for mid laner. You do take that as BLG. Good damage. Traded back and forth. On goes down, but the Aurora is more valuable. Bye-bye, Angie. Go enjoy your stay. Andrew's just hanging out in the background for that. Okay, Herald used in the mid lane. We'll take some plates down. They can use it as a budget cannon minion as well. Actually, it's quite a high budget one. It's the premium cannon minion is what it is. You take mid lane turret. They're happy with that. They're happy with that. The Herald giving them the extra strategic advantage. The mid lane outer turret, the most important turret in the game, often referred to. Oh, the double farm from Shun. We appreciate that. Knight Shun Hex skating over. They do have a realm up. If they move really quickly, they might be able to catch someone out. They're really moving quickly here. They use the things there. They don't land the W though. If that had landed, that would have been a dead Karis. No flash, no ult. He would have been dead. So Rise, I really appreciate how quickly Knight and Shun moved across the map there. There is something to be said about moving with decisive intent, and I think that Knight and Shun do that very well. I think this duo, the mid jungle, has been the rock, the anchor in the storm for BLG. Well, Bin can't get out of the play there now. Can he ult over the walls? Healing a little bit. Does go unstoppable. No damage onto Cube. The Q will land. Bin dies in the side lane. Returning some of the hurt, which has been put onto Cube. Monkey's the one that gets the kill. It's important, as we said. He's pretty good with those gold leads. Good play on that side lane. Bin no flash. Couldn't get out the Cataclysm. There are certain players where 369 will just mental boom against. I think it's more situation stuff, right? I don't think he mental booms as much within LPL. I get for specific players. Like, he's very good versus Flandre, for instance. Bin, he had an incredible matchup for a long time, and even this year he had a pretty good matchup against him. The 2023 era of Bin versus 369 was very 369 favored. It's crazy, actually. Bin would have the individual lane lead. 369 would have the teamfight impact. W missing there again. 5 kills on the Xin Zhao, 2 items. Both these junglers having a very good game so far. So I think LPL junglers are the best junglers in the world. I think they're incredible. I think particularly with some of the top Korean junglers falling off right now in terms of Ona and Canyon both having some wobbles here and there. I think that Raptor and I think that Cuz are really good. I think they really are, but I do think that Shun, Tarzan, I think Monkey's actually really good too. Tien, Jeje. I know that Jeje didn't have a great series earlier. Very, very good. Ambassador on top side. Does have teleport, does have flash. Wants to take some plates off of that top side. Dragon started. Would be third for BLG and a Hextech Soul threatened later on. They are teleporting behind. That's a deep teleport. Dragon's on a good enough HP. They can get this now. Hexgate used over. They understand that Ambassador had dropped off of top lane, might have been teleporting somewhere. He's on vision now, still holding that angle, has the roll quest. Shield Monkey in Fog of War gets the smite. The side Time Wave isn't bad, but it doesn't disengage everyone. And Bin still gets into the backline. He starts spinning, starts damaging, starts shredding, and the blender gets going. BLG get the dragon. They'll take the fight after they haven't lost a single member. And it is almost a full ace indeed. It will be. And it is an immediate teleport over to the Baron on spawn. BLG brutalize their opposition. Even amid turret. Oh, that is the kind of team fight which BLG made themselves famous for back in 2024, really. Where they would just see the inch of weakness shown in the armor, and they would use it to take the entire arm off. They get soul points, they get Baron, they get 5 kills. The angle from Bin is spectacular and gets into the backline with his roll quest shield still available. That's the big thing. Shun, excellent. 4-man ultimate, separates out Cube from the team and also means that Karis is out of position. I think that Bin and Shun had a mental team fight. Excellent from the top jungle duo, which have played a ton of games together. They must have played near enough. They played over 300 games together, maybe 500 at this point. You know, of course, duoed up for many, many years now. Excellent team fight. Shun is... How did he get there? Hang on a second, how did he get there? He's going to start charging up his Q. He lands the W. He's got his E on target. Predicts one way, and he just solo kills him. Shun Zhao is back. Perhaps don't let him have his best champion, Shun. Incredible play on this jungler so far. He's so goddamn fed. Kong's going to his back. Someone else needs to tank the tower, and they'll be able to do so. Shun will make it out of this behind enemy lines expedition. Just about. I can't believe he just managed to just get behind them. He's 7-0-3. Knight has a Magi's on Rise. This is the ego game from BLG, and you can understand why. What a great game from them. He's in a 1v3. This might be a bit much. He does go down with the roaming gank squad from WE. That's good. It's a shutdown. They use themselves a couple of ultimates for that. They're sticking around on the Baron push. Do they think they can still fight this? I think maybe they do. Rise on the flank. Varusalt misses. That's pretty big there. Cataclysm down. Tidal Wave down. Culling down. That's a 3-man route! Oh my god, On, that is beautiful! Bin goes into the backline. Most of his cooldowns are down now. About flashing away. Knight gets the Rune Prison, though. And I don't think there'll be any parole for Lucian. Goes down after getting gutted by Knight flying forwards. And that might just be the end of the game. You know, a pick onto Shun is overstayed because they end up having very little cooldowns left to it. Bot lane inhibitor goes down. The Realm Warp to open up that mid lane inner turret. 15 Magi stacks means that Knight has the movement speed alongside the swiftness boots as well. BLG, this is a great game from them. You know, this is what I want to see. Win first stand, come back, take no prisoners. No, BLG are the team to learn from across the world right now. Monkey is jumping forwards onto On. That's a lot of damage from the Varus, and the Rise just beside him. Flash away from the CC, and that's a dead jungler. Regicide. Jarvan is dead. Take down some of their cohort as well. Karis goes down. No Court Magician here either. Jabound has the culling. Knight has the Seraphs. Goes forwards and applies the Spell Flux. Forces about backwards again. Oh, hang on a second. This is teleport behind them from Cube, who's matched by Bin, who is coming up the mid lane. Okay, WE, they have got lost in the weeds a little bit. Blue Trinket to make sure that Cube wasn't bush baiting to see if he can kill Rise in the back end of it. A flash forward. We're still fighting in the mid lane. Things are happening everywhere. This is very, very much Scrim League of Legends. And WE are getting very, very little lessons learned from it. An incredible game from BLG. This is the kind of chaos which they thrived in when they came to greatness. I think, look, for those of you who skipped BLG's domestic journey in 2025, it is very important, particularly from this first split of this year and the entirety of 2025, BLG lost their mojo. They lost confidence in their plays, and I think they got lost in the chaos too much, where they thought they were just good enough to outplay. In 2025, they weren't. They have found their stride again. They trust in each other again. They have that chemistry again, and they can make these plays now. This is the BLG which made themselves famous. I think that their drafting has gotten better, though, from that time. I think that Dania has helped them on that regard. And I think that there is a ceiling to this team which perhaps even the 2024 team could not reach. BLG have their first international tournament. Shun does have his Crescent Guard. He bops the Jarvan out of the Cataclysm. Does use that Crescent Guard. He's healing a lot there, and On catches out both people on top side of the fight. About is completely removed from the field of play. On a weak early game, but turned it on regardless anyway. Found his engages. A very talented mid to late game player. Bin flashes forward looking for the kill. Doesn't quite get himself the ultimate on target, but I think he gets enough damage down to force him away. Anyway, Cube has once again had that third dimension removed. He is left as a square. And WE are left with no Nexus. BLG, that was a desolation. It was a party from BLG. And WE weren't particularly invited for that long. Nexus goes down. 1-0 on the board for BLG. BLG, the chemistry's back. The mojo's back. What a team to be a fan of. If you're looking to see the best team in the world right now, it's gotta be BLG. Winning first stand, looking so comfortable in the meta. Yes, they're against WE, a weaker team, but you look at their games, even from their other series as well. BLG, a team to learn from, at the very least. A team to learn from. Got their first international title, as we were saying, and they look so comfortable. The drafting looks better. The chemistry looks better. They're not getting rocked by the mistakes in game nearly as much anymore. Very much enjoying this team. Very much enjoying how they have adapted themselves to the meta. And while I think that there was a good entrance in the early game from WE into the bot lane, BLG showed that they don't have to get rattled by that anymore, and the wheels come off. In terms of player of the game, Shun. Do you think it'll be a 2-0 for BLG with that kind of first game? Yes, absolutely. I think that WE need to let go of their fixation of Cube on carries. It just doesn't work. I just don't think Cube on carries is the method to success for this team. Okay, folks, I'm going to put things on a quick ad break, and then I'm going to go to quick break myself. But thanks everyone for joining me. If you are enjoying this, folks, please have a think about liking, following, subscribing. If you're watching on a third-party site, I know there's a couple out there which use the stream, and again, I'm somewhat grateful for that. It's nice to get our name out there. But please think about clicking through to the main stream, watching on Twitch and YouTube. Even just having a muted tab of it in the background keeps our numbers up here, because we don't get any proceeds from those third-party sites. The only third-party site where we're actually viewed on is Onivia on YouTube. That one we have an agreement with, and we're very grateful for that. But yeah, if there are any sites which are using us and you're watching on there, I don't mind you watching there. But if you could also watch here and ask questions here if you want them to, it makes a big difference to us. I'm going to put on a quick ad break. I'm going to leave you with the highlights. See you in just a second. Okay, we're back. We're back. And I can actually find some camera thinking about it. Wait, did I not turn that on time? I need to reload it again. There we go. Hello everyone, how's it going? I'm actually here. Oh, hello. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think that I think WE's drafting strategies are just not. I don't like them. I don't like that they keep giving Cube volatile top lane matchups. I think they just need to give up the ghost on that. I just put him on tank duty. No, I just don't think that. I don't think that Cube is a carry top player. I don't think he plays the matchups well enough in side lanes. Just yeah, very rare. I mean, he used to. Hey, Solly, good to see you. I didn't get any ads, man. Sure. Well, I did put on the 3-minute ones. Karis, at least I can see the upside of. For like a mid-table LPL team, I think Monkey and Karis are completely fine as a mid-jungle. Plus, who else would you get for him, really? Bot lane, I think he can grow into something. Is he like the best support? No, but I think he, like last split, he actually was really good. He was really good, actually. I'm really surprised that they replaced him. Really am. Yeah. Well, I mean, has gone to another team now, not unsurprisingly. Those are good little chocolate eggs. Nice. How's everyone been enjoying LCK today? I've heard there's been some good games. Wait, is LCK still going actually? I have so much Marmul. I don't know what Marmul is actually. Gen GT1 was so anticlimactic yesterday. I should probably VOD review that at some point. I've only been enjoying LPL, sorry, no worries. Level looks quite low. Yeah, the thing about LCK is, and I actually do agree with this, I think LCK hasn't got the best mastery on drafts right now, and I don't think they have the best mastery on level 1 warding and jungle clear. Now I think KT do, and I think KT could actually vie for best team in the world, but I don't think they have as strong laners as a team like BLG who have the other things also sorted. So I would... Just a little... That's actually cute, Zach, what the hell? Oh, is it like April? Oh, it's the dogs and cat skins over there, like the April Fool skins over there. But yeah, I think that a lot of LCK hasn't really figured out the level 1 jungle meta in terms of where do you put wards, what kind of jungle pathing decisions do you make off of those wards. Where I think LPL is much better at that. Like KT just won, very cool. Yeah, I think KT. I think the two best teams in the world right now are like BLG and KT. Genuinely, I think they are. And KT look fantastic. And they're the best coached team in the world. I think that they have a very, very good idea of how to fight over vision. I think their drafts are very good. I think that BDD and Cuz, when they're online, are exceptional. I think they're exceptional. And while I think Effort is, you know, he has his shortcomings, he is still an actual support as opposed to Ghost, and Polly wasn't great either, really. Cuz was amazing. Cuz is fantastic. I really, really want to see Shun versus Cuz. I think they're two very, very intelligent junglers. They're very versatile too. They play anything. You know, Cuz will... Like, we saw a game where Shun got 5 jungle bans. It just didn't matter. Just didn't matter. Yeah, and BDD's been fantastic too. BDD versus Knight. I do need that injected into my veins. I need that injected into my veins ASAP. By the way, we're actually really close to 11,000 followers, which is cool, so... in terms of this game, well, yeah, I mean... The two teams you want to learn from in the world right now is are BLG and KT. I think that their vision control is exceptional. In fact, I have a couple of KT VOD reviews up on my YouTube, so if you want to learn from KT, that's one to do. It's very good. Yep, I really enjoy watching KT and BLG kind of play their mid-game vision control. Nongcha versus KT was absolute cinema. Should watch the replay? I absolutely will then. I absolutely will. Yeah. Also, somehow Perfect was so clutch he's leveled up. Yes, Perfect! You know, last year, Perfect was bad. For most of that year, he was bad. He is laning very, very effectively now. I mean, he demolished Doran. I mean, Keen outlaned him, but that's Keen, right? Particularly in the Varus versus Renekton, but then Varus is disgusting too. But Perfect is a lot better than he was. Like, a lot better. And just on the whole, I think that KT have come together as a unit very well. You know, the bot lane's doing a lot better than it was, obviously. But yeah, So I think they're a great team to watch. I think BLG are the other team to watch in the world right now in terms of learning the meta. Give me Perfect versus Bin. I don't think that will go as well for Perfect. I don't think any... Look, who in the world really does well versus Bin right now, you know? It literally was like the Shy is the one guy that was like randomly upsetting him. Flandra loses lane then wins team fights occasionally. But yeah, for this game, I mean, what did W do? I mean, they need to, whatchamacallit? They need to not get Cube in a volatile matchup. I think you do need Monkey and Air on a jungle support that can make early plays. I think the Jarvan was good for that. I think that the fact that they couldn't get the early invade in bot side was really important. If they could have got that, it would have been a very different game, I think. Obviously, it would have been, but... You know what I mean. Drag that up there. Cool. Okay, let's get ready for game 2 of this series. The viewing binoculars. They're like the opera glasses. If you go to like opera halls, you'll get those in the seats. Gosh, that's a very different culture, isn't it? We don't have that. We don't have that in the LEC studio. Let me tell you that. Gosh. Okay, so if you were Team WE, what do you do? Because I think you need like an advanced level 1 plan. You need an advanced level 1 plan with something that can snowball the heck out of the game. It's, to be honest, that's how you often beat a lot of top teams, but it's so hard to do that versus BLG. I think the fact that they got the Ryze first pick too, so Knight could just be ever present and Karras just wasn't a factor is a big thing too. Like Karras didn't really, well, he did a little bit that game, but he couldn't really leave lane at all. And into the draft we go. Okay, you know the music, time to dance. Looks like it's going to be WE on first pick. Akali banned away, which means Azir, Orianna, Prio, or immobile backlines. We still have Nocturne, which Monkey really likes. We still have Pantheon, which is the huge one, really. No Aurora. There's stuff like Annie. Annie's getting... Once you get some of the top mid laners out, Annie becomes very powerful as well. BLG is one of the best teams I've ever seen when they use global ults. They use it so well. They absolutely do. Although I have to say, the game that they lost against JDG, they had a ton of globals versus some globals, and they actually lost that game because they misused them a little bit. The Vi banned away from Shun, but technically Monkey would have liked that too. Nocturne and Pantheon are the two biggest junglers here. I think you take the Pantheon over the Nocturne, but it's not like it would be an uneven jungle trade. I think you leave both up as BLG. Shun's happy on either. No, they do ban the Pantheon. Maybe they're happy to let the Nocturne go through and use something like a Poppy. Poppy can fight early, can punt Nocturne out the play. Not that you can stop his dash ult, but Shun Poppy is incredibly potent. I can understand them looking for it. Oh, Ashe Seraphine. So if you see the Ashe locked in, I think you Ezreal Seraphine. I think you can lock that in. Wait for her to... I think you break apart that duo. There's no... Well, there's no Nami to lock into it, so you can't Corki Nami or Lucian Nami. We've not really seen Ondu Nautilus lanes. Yeah, go Ezreal. You can go Ezreal Seraphine. That's fine. Or Ezreal Bard is fine too. Hey, thank you so much for the raid, Macari. We're literally into our second game here. This might be our last game of the day. BLG styled on W in game 1. Shun was something like 8-0 at some point in the game on his Xinjiao, so we had the Xunjiao. We're going to get the Bard. Is it going to be Ezreal Bard or Caitlyn Bard? We've seen both of them played against the Ashe Seraphine. Be very interested to know what the meta is different like from LCK today from LPL. I do watch a fair amount of LCK, but chime in and chat if you'd like to have your opinion heard. The Bard locked in. They can lock in their AD carry a little later if they want to. Don't have to lock it in now. You could lock in Nocturne as the jungler if you really wanted to. They're gonna go for the Ezreal. So it's Ezreal Bard. Now you're gonna lose your push in bot lane, but your extended Q range poke and your slightly lower cooldown actually of your Qs on Bard compared to the volley, which is such a long cooldown, is it's quite potent. The Seraphine Ashe still wins lane, but it's not like the Ezreal Bard don't get to farm up fine. But thank you, Makari. I really appreciate your raids, by the way. Good to see your community thriving over there as well. Looks like you've got some great numbers over there. So WE, you really want to lock in a front line alongside this now. You could Cassante actually, but then they might lock in a Gnar on 3. That's difficult. I mean, if I were WE, I would just lock in a tank pick for Cube anyway. But I suppose there's Sion, Cassante, and a couple of other things. Lock in the Azir. Azir doesn't love playing as Bard, even though he's mobile. You can catch him with a Bard ult. I like the Gnar for Bin. Because Cube just, I mean, you don't get to survive against Bin Gnar. Teams which can actually survive Bin's Gnar are very limited. You need someone that can survive the laning phase and you need people that can shut him down on side lane. You do have a global ult in the Ashe. Much easier said than done though. Hey Parky, good to see you. Gnar into 3 top lane bans. I mean, if you're BLG now, do you ban the matchups which can survive against the Gnar? You could ban away some of the carry matchups and force Cube onto a tank matchup now, but I think Cube is happy with that. I mean, the gold standard for an Ashe Seraphine is you have the Ashe Seraphine with the strong jungler that can 3v3 early, and then you have a front line which can death ball with it later. So at that point, you want a DPS, you either want a tanky mid lane, so something like a Galio, and then like a DPS top like the Galio, so you can have the Ambassadors, you can have like Ambassador Galio, or you have the DPS mid like an Azir, Victor, another mage pairing like that, and then you have the tank top lane. The Vayne is being banned away from Cube. I suppose that is a good matchup into the Gnar, but they're really just trying to say, alright, you can lock your top lane tank now if you want, but good luck. WE ban away the Mel, which is the best out of lane counter to the Ashe Seraphine, because you can reflect both of those huge ultimates back at them. So what they've been doing since playoffs? Yeah, for sure, they do really like doing them. Doesn't GP work with WE? Cube is not a very good carry top player. They lock away that Sion, which can deathball very well. I mean, Cube might Jax. He can Renekton, I suppose, but I think Bin will just trash him on that. The LeBlanc has been locked away from Knight. You could lock in the Annie right now. You could lock in something like an Annie. Thank you for the follow there. I appreciate you. For Zypek and Envy as well. I appreciate both of you. Oh, do we get the return of Knight Ziggs? Oh, that's so good into the immobile backline as well. I really like that. Come on, let's get some Knight Ziggs action. Last pick for Shun in the jungle. I like that a lot. Nice. Knight Ziggs. That's cool as hell. Well, BLG, they don't have to pick the Azir anymore. Azir's not even that strong anymore, especially within the LPL. And he picks the Ziggs. There we go. Cool stuff. Now, we did talk about the Nocturne being one of the best kind of early fighting junglers remaining. I mean, not that he can start fights well, but you never walk into an early game Nocturne. Early game Nocturne rocks your world. Very, very bad. Cassante locked in, as we said. The tank front line with the DPS mid lane and the death ball bot lane works really well. Monkey could go Skarner. It's one of his best champions too. In fact, I'm surprised we don't see more Monkey Skarner because he's so good at the pick. That'd be different. I'm not sure I love it. There's a lot of squishy champions on BLG. And the Bard does get isolated a lot, so you can often run him down. There we go, Monkey Skarner, one of his best champions, no surprise there. His most famous Skarner play was knocking EDG out of group ascend contention by ulting Arn's Kai'Sa mid-ult. Catching a Kai'Sa like fly swatting, just right out of mid-air. Incredible. Last pick for Shun in the jungle, and you're into that Skarner. Mundo's not bad here, actually. If the Skarner tries to break your CC, I think you just kill him a lot of the time. Okay, well, you know how it works, folks. We'll talk about draft while there are some ads over this as well. If you don't want to... what are the icons in front of Knights and Monkeys' names to me? I'll answer that before we go to an ad break. They means that they are the team captains. They are the team captains, which is important for some things in terms of like what they do off stage. Right, I'm going to put on an ad break for 1.5 minutes. If you don't want adverts, please subscribe. I'll be talking about the draft and some other things as we get ready for that game. Thank you, everyone, for joining me, and let's get into this potentially last game of the day. WE classic death ball, double tank frontline. Skarner does not love playing into Ziggs, doesn't love playing into Mundo. Mundo's pretty good against this. Look, Mundo doesn't love playing into Azir because Azir has so much damage that he just kills him. The Gnar loves this top side. Gnar can actually just run down this entire top side. They don't have enough damage to like one-shot the Gnar very well. Interesting drafts. Very interesting drafts. Mundo's mostly for frontline. It's a pretty good champion into the Skarner too, because you can just walk at Skarner, and Skarner can't really do much about you. You know what would be really cool? Just like once a month, the current first place team between LCK and LPL just play a best of 3 or a best of 5. Not for anything, just to be really cool to just see like the best LCK and LPL team just play against each other every month. Just one series, nothing else. It'd be really cool. Just an invitational. All right, let's hear those gyos. See if BLG can style in W the same way they did in game 1. For those of you that weren't here earlier, came over from the raid, the crowds in the LPL since the first stand victory have really come back to life. I know we talked about how it was kind of disaster for the LPL to lose a home turf Worlds, you know, not even have any team in the finals. That 5-game loss of anyone's Legend versus T1 really sapped a lot of the... And IG, of course, going out in the 4-game play-ins as well was really... quite a disaster for the LPL fan base, and of course, hell, even back in like 24, right, losing that for World Finals there, being so close but not quite over the finish line multiple times really changed things. See the Ezreal farming at Q range. It's a couple levels into it to get that cooldown lower. Makes a difference there. Been getting the hyper procs on nice and early. Doesn't even need to start the hop. Later on, of course, Gnar plays very reactively, and if ever the Cassandra kind of jumps at you with the E and then tries to get that W, just jump to the side and get to gun him down. Jungler's opposing path. So Shun is going to be going top to bot. Monkey's going bot to top. He's going into bot side. They might be able to get a wraparound gank on mid lane. Karras can jump forward to maybe just get level 3. He does, which means he can have the satchel now. Gets himself over the head there. There won't be a stun. There's a lot of damage coming through, but they won't kill. It's not a bad time to get some HP off of Knight. Knight still has his teleport, and you'll still be able to farm out this wave. It's not bad from Monkey, but he's spotted going top to bot. Bot to top, rather. He's also delayed his clear somewhat, so he's almost a full quadrant behind. Shun is going to complete his first clear at about 2 minutes 35 seconds, if that. Yes, a little, just bang on there. 2 minutes 35. Whereas Monkey is going to be about, what, 20 seconds behind, maybe? So he'll be there at like 55 because that time spent in mid lane. They're really just sending Mundo at them like this. I mean, it's not that impactful. I'll even take some damage there to take some root. He goes through the magical journey again. Are you kidding me? What do you mean he just goes out for another ride? It's like, hi, Mr. Roller Coaster attendant. I'd like to have another ride on the roller coaster, please. That's another Q there, actually. Decent poke. I mean, the HP's pretty good. Shin gets his bot side scuttle. Monkey left his Krugs, by the way. He's actually missing that out. Does take the scuttle crab. You can actually wall ride through that the back of the barrel. Hang on, they go for a full-on dive here. Do they have the damage on? Might die to the turret. Indeed he will. First blood. So About On's gonna die alongside Shun. About does die. Viper gets the kill. About gets 2 of them though. Viper's gonna go clump up that wave. It's a bit messy, folks. Not that easy to dive with a Mundo early. It doesn't have, you know, it's not like a Skarner which can instantly drive you into the wall on the other side. I was very surprised they went for that dive. I mean, it's 3 summoners blown from About and Urha. On only blows the heal. Shun blows the flash, I suppose. It's a bit messy. It's a bit messy. The wave is going to shove back towards Viper. About is... God damn, man. Yeah, okay. Been doing fine in this top lane matchup. Knight doing fine in the mid lane matchup, despite the fact that Karras did the drive-by gank a little earlier. I think Viper thought that first auto would kill the first minion, and Q would kill the second one. It did not. Shun on a second clear of camps. Monkey's camp's not coming up yet, of course. A little bit slower on his clear. Bin is just taking the tower plate, because why not? Takes the tower shot for it. Maybe this is why they were giving him more dominant lane matchups. Karras doesn't dodge the Q there. Gets the full minefield, and Knight even just throws him through the remaining ones. Next Q is flashed away from. Great trade from Knight. You know, he hits the Q even though the glide comes forwards. And then he actually satchels Karras through the remaining minefield bombs. So he gets even more damage from that. Even just that first rank of E. He takes more damage from it. Really well played from Knight there in the trade. Spot, Knight, he's literally on vision there. Oh, good satchel, okay, fair. Waste some time from him. Now that means that his recall's going to be a little bit messed up. Yeah, he actually has to recall like right now before his ear can stop him in lane. He can't clear the full wave in time. Knight's very much been playing on an island. He doesn't mind that though. It's a classic of Knight, really. On roaming about already. Was he spotted there? He's taking chimes. That's what he's doing. Ben gets flicked back. Is this going to be an all-out angle? I suppose it is. Flash away from the Q, and the W doesn't land. Q doesn't land. That's a problem. Shun's back in bot side again. Stun onto the minion. About has no flash. That is stylish. On using the T1 Bard skin, making it feel a little bit like Carrier. Cube, W's backwards. Bin still has ult. The W's already been used. Cube will almost certainly die here. Has flash. Maybe he'll live with that, actually, because Skarner is coming up top side. The Q's really, really close to killing. Don't think he can get the wall stun here. I think he'll just run out of range. Bin does blow the flash in that trade. Cube has his available. That's why he lives, really. But Bin taking the time of Monkey. Both Knight and Bin just wasting the time of Monkey. Meaning that even though Shun died on that bot side dive, doesn't really mean that much. And now, of course, the extra dive came through. Shun got that kill onto About. Scuttle Crab up and available. This is for level 6, reminder, but Monkey's so far behind on his clear. It's not for Monkey. He had no smite, and because he was so slow on his first clear and went for that drive-by on mid lane, he skipped some camps to try and keep himself on the map, but it meant that he couldn't even get towards level 6. The Q flash is absurd. It's nice as heck, isn't it? It means that there's no way out for About. I mean, he would have got stunned to a wall or to minion. It would have been somewhere. Great flash from on. No escape. In mid lane, Karis down 5 CS. It's not the worst thing ever, you know. He does have that flash down, which is a problem. Means that when... Well, I think On will just about hit level 6 just as Karis' flash is coming back up. Maybe if they get the timer right, they can get it to the point where Karis is forced to kind of play very, very defensive. Knight grouping up that wave in front of his turret, by the way, forcing Karis to overextend by leashing the wave. Misses the Q there. I do like LPL, that LPL keeps proving your point about jungle pathing and ideas being important by the by. Yeah, I think that realistically, folks, if you want to feel smart about League of Legends, just look at the minimap and try and figure out why junglers are moving the way that they do, particularly in LPL. Most of the meta since first stand, really to now, has been how much information does your jungler have and how much can they do to get ahead in terms of map presence or XP or dive attempts, stuff like that. Monkey does have his level 6 now. He can potentially wall stun. Do they have the magical journey? I think they do. Yeah, Shun has his passive. Can't... Oh, well, you can't ult him now. That's a problem. The double E misses from her. They can actually potentially chase Monkey down. He has flash, and he has to use that over the wall. That's the power of the Mundo. You can't just ult him. Can't just ult him. His passive would get pops, and that'll be it. All very useful. Knight has level 6 as well. If you end up CCing someone, well, yeah, Knight's gonna hurt. Like a lot. Like a lot. I wonder what build Knight's gonna go for, by the way. Hang on, flash. I think that's gonna be the thing on the turret. Satchel doesn't get him very far. Knight might just die. In fact, he probably will just die here. Flash is over that. Is there a magical journey? Okay, Knight, maybe just flash first next time. Not great from him. Dies for free. Also, the wave and nothing else. Okay, not great from Knight. Flash the wall, then Satchel. You would have been safe. He tries to be a little bit cheeky with it. And he dies for the attempt. Who's the kill go to? Goes to Karis, actually. Yeah. Okay, not great from Knight. Karis evens up the gold discrepancy there. Flash and still dies. Jumping onto On, who's, well, he has his magical journey. He's going to die as well. The dragon was started there. Didn't quite... Hang on a second. Monkey could die here. Monkey could just die. Oh, that's really close. Shun flashes forwards. The heals used. That might actually mean that they can contend for the dragon now itself. So actually, we don't get the dragon because Viper and Shun get a good amount of damage onto Monkey himself. Okay, rescued a little bit. A bit lazy from BLG around there in the last minute or two. Both On and Knight both making their own mistakes. Knight occasionally has those brain farts. You know, funnily enough, sometimes those brain farts, I watch them back later, I'm like, what the heck happened? That one was just flash the satchel, you'll be fine. But, for instance, remember when he died in that solo kill from against Caps in finals? On the Cassiopeia versus the Victor? That's because Shun was going to gank mid, and then as Knight committed with no flash, he then called it off, and Knight's like, I guess I'm dead. So there's like moments like that where it's coming because the live feed is more about the replays and the hype of the occasion. Sometimes you miss some of the importance of that. I'm not going to say it's always like that, right? There are obviously cases where people make mistakes, but if you look at my VOD reviews, sometimes we get to look back at them and change our opinion about things. It happened for the World's 23 semi-finals, JDG versus T1. Happened for that one in first down finals too, actually. I think Knight was actually... Look, he wasn't good, but he was a lot better than I think people gave him credit for. Honestly, I think BLG needs those plays. It makes them better. They limit test. For sure. Well, that was just a mistake. That was just a couple of mistakes. Yeah, for sure. I mean, they do play fast and loose sometimes. On has the level 6. Oh, arrow onto him. Great cleanse, though. Had it from the spellbook. I wonder if he was baiting that out, actually, saying, well, I don't mind using the cleanse. It saves it on Viper. SCS, did you see your GOAT's Nico gameplay last game? Are you sure you want to be throwing those comments around? Oh, man. 3 grubs for the Gnar is disgustingly strong. To be honest, folks, Cube is already 30 CS down. This game could just be about top lane diff, because the problem is, right, I know last game I said, well, Cube really shouldn't be on volatile matchups top lane. He should just be on a tank. The problem is, against Bin, he has stuff like the Gnar, where any tank you take into him, doesn't he just smash you? He is now. Very far up. He's completed his role quest. Cube hasn't yet. On, going to bot lane, about does have flash, not close enough to the wall this time, does have it forced though by the ult. Of course, against a bard, you don't want to stand too close to a wall, otherwise, you know, do stuff like that Q stunt. Luckily, no wave this time to force him out. Didn't have that ult, was used earlier to force On's cleanse. Good vision control from BLG around mid lane, trying to spot out some of the more common Skarner angles of attack. He could I say that, was he actually spotted? No, he wasn't. I guess he managed to skip around the vision control. Good damage onto Karis, who very nearly dies, and may well do anyway. Great damage from Knight. Should end up killing the Azir, and indeed he does. Now the Mundo, can he get out? He has the ult running. I think he should be okay. The Encore brings him back in, but here's Viper. I'm pretty sure the Mundo just keeps running at this. No, great Q stun. Good damage back. Arrow onto him. Extra damage coming through. Can Viper carry the play after this? Put a lot of damage into the Mundo. The Ashe starts rolling, and Viper goes into melee range. Gets the lethal tempo stacking. Can't end up finishing off the play, though. Looks like it'll be a 1 play for BLG. That magical journey is a little bit less magical than he would have liked to be. BLG get jumped in mid lane. They had a lot of vision to protect the Ziggs. I'd love to see a replay to see if he actually knew that, because he assumed he was safe from the vision. Why wasn't he? They have so many wards around mid lane. Monkey must have found a different path to spot him there. Still got crazy damage back onto Karis. Ult 3 from Bin, but credit to Monkey. He's a very good Skarner player. We did call that out in the draft, and so what happens here? He wasn't spotted. Yeah, he does manage to get around the vision. Well, I mean, you think you have all the safety in the world, and he didn't. Because, you know, you walk up like this normally, completely fine. Has the satchel, can't get out safely there. Vision control kind of baiting him a little bit. Forces the flash out of Karis for that ult there too. I mean, at least he gets the crazy damage down. Ends up dying at that point. But of course, Shun is already committed by now. What's happening in the picture-in-picture? Well, Bin has been left alone. This is actually one of the big problems. Is like, look, WE are hoping that Cube can just be left alone on an island. He can't really. I actually think that Bin will just solo win the game through top lane advantage at this rate. I actually wonder whether Knight On could have made it out there alive, you know? Bit of a short magical journey. Maybe if it's a bit longer, you can buy yourself an extra bit of time for the Q cooldown, because the travel time's a bit higher. Knight back into the side lane. Again, the vision control was almost there from BLG. They just that's just like one of those pixel differences between wards, which ends up allowing Monkey around mid lane. You should know that stuff by now, though, right? With a new map. The map changes coming in start of 25, right? Start of last year. Dragon up and available. BLG would have their second, W their first with this one. Huh, On doesn't have his support quest yet, by the way. That's kind of important. He doesn't have the extra wards for this stuff. Where's that ult going? Clips onto Monkey, hits his shield. Not that valuable. Bin doesn't have teleport, so I guess BLG are happy to give this up. Look, Bin is 1.5k ahead. He had an earlier top lane quest, so he's ahead a full level on Cube. I mean, they could contest. BLG might just take the option. Hang on, this is CC onto Shun. Viper just ease out the way. Dragon over. How well does a fed Ashe translate compared to other ADCs? less well, but yeah, less well. You're not going to be able to cut through a Mundo that easily just as an Ashe. Ashe Seraphine deals with Mundo as a duo pretty well because you can blow. Hang on a second. About forced to ghost. Crystallized onto the mid lane turrets. On's Bard, pretty good so far. Of course, overstayed in that mid lane just a little bit. Great earlier Q flash though. BLG though, you kind of come to expect them flipping a little bit. Viper's Ezreal down a fair amount of gold now because there's 5 kills on About. About got really fed last game too. W put a lot of resources into this AD carry though. It's kind of what they did with Taeyun last year, where they just throw everything at him. It actually led to a couple of problems. Good damage. The flipbacks not bad from Cube. You can just see the crazy amount of damage that Gnar can do with that hyper proc against tanks. But no, a fed Ashe is not the same as like a fed Zeri, Yunara, what have you. Bin is into minion. Now it does have flash. 2 levels up on Cube momentarily. Thanks for the follow there, Nymaera. Appreciate you. If anyone else would like to drop a follow, again, even if you're watching on third-party sites, make a difference too. As they flip him back and he's taking aggro. Good punish by Karis. If they get the kill onto Ziggs, though, I think you'll call that a one play because Knight is very, very happy to just deny another wave, potentially get into satchel range there. Another kill onto Karis. They forced onto him. Luna, thank you so much for the follow as well. I appreciate it. Oh, Lunka, sorry. Lunka, sorry. I thought it was Luna. My bad. With all the Artemis 2 mission stuff recently, the moon's been on my mind. Oh, it's so cool seeing, and the satchel's there, it'll be within kill range. Wants to wait until the minions die to tower. Viper into mid lane has flash. And he gets the E out instead. Monkey tried to reaction flash him. One of the nerfs to Skarner in the past was the channel time of the ultimate. Made it a little bit longer, made it much harder to look for those hands check on the ultimate. Viper makes it out. Herald. I mean, look, for all the kills which WE got in that mid game, the problem was that, so weirdly, strategically, I think it was a loss for WE. Every time they fought around bot lane and mid lane, they did nothing to stop Bin getting a hilarious lead, and now they can't deal with the Gnar. The Gnar will just be here for forever. No one deals with Bin's Gnar particularly well. Can they jump onto him? He's got his W still. I think with the Q missing, ends the kill threat there, really. Going onto the flash. Well, he had flash. He just doesn't hit it. Oh my god, the artillery is absurd. About loses about 2/3 of his HP. Tower goes down. Yep, okay. Ezreal, Ziggs, kind of nasty. That's a teleport. Hang on, can you stop? Whoa, this is a bit of a swing and a miss. It's a bit of an alley. Teleports bot lane as Karis teleports back in. Viper flashes away. Karis is going to try and get the last bit of damage down, and he can't get it. He gets wall stunned. Viper gets a heal from the Bard. Dies to the last bit of Seraphine damage. But there's still... No, Viper ends up... Viper lives? What am I talking about? Viper lives. It's the Seraphine who dies. I saw the wrong HP bar. Cracking and shattering. Knight ended up making his way back up to the plate. Tried to teleport down to match the Azir. Unfortunate timing, he was teleporting directly away as he presses the teleport key. Bin back into the play. They've just been hand stiff, folks. They have been hand stiffed. I mean, WE can have all the early plays they want. If you don't shut down everyone on BLG, the last person standing will still be very, very potent. So the teleport mishap happens. The teleport comes through from the Sante as well. Viper's had an excellent game on the Ezreal. Gets the shield from On. Gets the stun onto Karis. The extra heal comes through, and Viper ends up living somehow. Bin lives. Credit to him. Bin lives. I guess you don't need to kill K'Sante and Skarner if you kill everyone who does damage. Exactly, you know. If Cube and Monkey can't run at BLG that well because of the nature of Bard and how mobile their carries are, you can even satchel the Skarner out of his charge, which is really inconvenient for him. K'Sante needs a very good angle, and because you're losing every side lane, those angles become very, very narrow. It's why when people do consistently get good flank angles, especially when they're in a losing game, so someone like Flandre, right, is a very good example of this. We really praise them for it, because it is not an easy thing. Intermission going into the enemy jungle. On tier 2, they do have the Bard ultimate. There are a lot of flash. There's targets here, and they catch the Azir. Do they charge up the Ezreal ult? Yeah, they do. The Knight damage is just a little bit off. The Skarner ultimate just a bit wide. They don't catch on. Jumping over the Viper's feeling it. The Ziggs ultimate comes through, and that's a dead pop stop. I've always preferred rock and metal. Extra damage coming through, but Viper's just putting on the hurt. On finally goes down. Viper keeps going forwards, as does Knight. And that's a dead Karras. Can't even kill the Mundo. Both the carries come through, and Viper and Knight are having a field day in the team fights. Disgusting play from BLG. They just turn on, they turn on the mechanical engine, really. One outplay, please, sir, and they get it. Get the satchel onto the mid lane inner turret. Oh, sorry, bot lane inner turret. You'll also notice while Cube on the other side of the map. Couldn't make his way to the play. On uses the support teleport. Clears out the ward there. And the thing with having a spellbook Bard like this, you move around the map so quickly, you can just teleport somewhere and then just get a million wards down. Knight watering. Oh my god, he's guys, it's a rocket belt Ziggs. He has rocket belt as Ziggs. Even my goat can't escape the build allegations, folks. I just get this item off of every mage. Just get the rocket belt away from them. Just stop them from buying it unless it's on like a Kali or Kennen. Yes, this is very much a massacre, for sure it is. So, first bit of Ziggs damage, little bit mistimed, about half a second off there. Oh, a tiny bit there. Bard just backsteps that. Knight throws out a Q as the Ashe ult lands. It's not even like he's losing that much DPS. Completely safe over the wall. Ziggs ult onto 2. Bomb, satchel, you name it, goes wild. And what the hell happens after this? So Viper just keeps pressing Q. Magical Journey helps. Knight flashes for the last auto. And Viper hops over Karras, who doesn't even get hit by the ult. That's pixels off. Gosh, that's so close. If Karras had any amount of gold, he would have killed him there. But he's been put behind a fair amount. Not really been allowed to farm too easily. Down, 30 CS against Knight because a lot of the side lane farm has been denied from Karras. Viper. Close towards going towards the Cyrilda's third, actually. Dragon in 3.5 minutes, so nothing really to be talked about there. 2 to BLG, 1 to W in terms of those dragons. 6k gold lead, big items for BLG across the board. Almost a death cap for Knight. Shun is walking forwards. Monkey could ult him. He's not hit a single ult this game, pretty much. Monkey goes golden. He has no flash. Monkey, he is a legendary Skarner player here within the LPL. Perhaps the best of our Skarner players. It won't matter. Airhead just about lives by flashing out the center of the Ziggs ultimate. Airhead's still very, very low. House just about missing there from Bin. Blocked by the minions. Still a kill onto Monkey. His Skarner has not been the scorpion it needed to be here. I will say though it's not, well, I wouldn't call it necessarily his fault. He's tried. Had some good angles on tonight. Some very good angles on tonight. Roll quest teleport shield onto Cube. Bin doesn't really care. Doesn't even get hit by the W there. Outpaces the 3-3 as well. Bin just sidesteps everything. Can't even get hit by the volley. Baron goes down while Bin is styling them. Look, guys, Bin has been involved in 1 of the 12 kills that BLG have. And I don't think it matters. Bin opened up a win condition and said, all right, eventually I'm going to come up to the play. Good luck. This is one of the most impactful low kill participation top lane games you'll see. Now, he took a lot of turrets there. Wallstone misses onto Monkey as he swerves around the oncoming projectile. Knight is here trying to utilize his death cap, which is built up. Ziggs has some of the biggest AP ratios in the game, so having Luden's death cap is disgusting value. Everyone now pushing in both mid lane and bot lane or responding to it. Top lane also has a wave building up from BLG. WE, I mean, you are just looking for a Ziggs stun, a Skarner wall stun. CC onto a bow. Oh my god! Yeah, there are the AP ratios. Q's gonna land. Oh my god! I think Knight has got damage, folks. I think Knight's got some AP ratios. Just nukes 2 in a row. Someone take away this man's weapons. Oh my god! It's just that's it. That's just it. That's just it. Blink and you miss it. Ziggs lands a couple of skill shots and the game's over. It's not been a game about the Ziggs, but that last push definitely was. Viper, incredible game on the Ezreal. been one of the greatest low kill participation top lane games I've seen in quite some time. BLG, this was an unceremonious victory as 3 people will die in the fountain. Sure, give them a couple of others. It won't change anything. The Ash Arrow comes through. I don't think it changes the game that much, and indeed it won't. BLG, they are the team to learn from in World League of Legends right now. If you want to learn how to play the current meta, how to play around early jungle, how to draft, BLG are the team to watch. They are a step ahead of everyone else right now. Well, thank you everyone for joining me. Thank you for the raid earlier, Makaria, as well. If you are someone that's watching and hasn't followed yet, I'm someone that covers the LPL every single day. You might see me doing some variety of other points too, playing some other games, just to keep the stream live while the days are off as well. But if you'd like to support me, this is my job. No one is paid to cover the LPL anymore, which means that if you want to see LPL coverage, please support a channel like this one. I'd like it to be this one out of selfish reasons for sure. But if you have a favorite LPL channel, support them now. You know, we are the last region to win an international tournament, and we don't have an official broadcast for the English international audience, which means that these channels are what you have to follow the storylines of potentially the best region and the best team in the world right now. If you've enjoyed watching this, I'm really happy. I'm really happy. I'm glad I could bring you bits and pieces of that. If you'd like to follow, it makes a difference. And if you're watching, as we said, on a couple of the third-party sites, which do end up streaming this as well, please come through here and watch it. We don't mind that they do it, to be honest, but it would be nice to have that extra viewer numbers reflected on Twitch or YouTube, where it actually brings something back to us. And of course, if you've got the bandwidth to drop a subscription or donate to the Ko-fi, it does make a big difference to us, because Sam and I, we pay our rent with this. We are lucky to have some very generous donors. Mecha Fanboy, amongst others as well. There are many others, Purple Orca, Zara. We've got so many people who gift Metal Parky gifted some the other day as well. It makes a lot of difference to us. You know, everyone who has ever gifted a sub in here has helped us continue what we're doing. BLG continue to be, I think, the best team at reading the meta at the world. If you want to learn about the LPL, the casters which catch the international events ask us for their opinions on these regions, because we follow these games. No one else has the time, or to be honest, no one has the time to do this region as in-depth as that, and I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the 5 gifts of Puck. You're so kind for that. I appreciate you so much. But yeah, you know, if you want to learn more about this region, please come and ask us. You can be in chat every single day. We appreciate you so much. Okay, folks, I'm gonna end the stream there. I'll raid you over to someone if you're on YouTube. The show will end there. I'm gonna go spend some time in the sun, because it's a nice day here today. I really appreciate everyone. It's another great day. Let's have a look at the series that we have tomorrow. Actually, we have LNG EDGs. We have a group Nirvana team where we have 1xN coming back, so that'll be a fun thing to watch there. We'll also have Jway joining EDG. So there's a roster change for EDG. Palkia out, Jway in at support. And we have JDG, Anyone's Legend, an incredibly strong matchup there too. It's got a bit of Nirvana, a bit of group Ascend, JDG, Anyone's Legend. That is really key to see whether AL have developed enough yet to shake off their weaknesses of last split. That's going to be the end of the show today, folks. I know, Rafa, I'm really heartbroken for him too. Jway's great. Palkia deserves more time. It's the same kind of stuff I'm saying about Erher. Did you see Hung's game earlier today, Rafa? Do you see all of that? Because I'm like, all of these supports in the revolving door, and we're not giving them time to sit on a roster and get comfortable and develop. I'm just like, what are we doing? Yeah, even if one player is technically maybe... Yeah. Did you see like the failed Flash Encore and the failed... yeah. Look, Hung was actually pretty good domestically in summer last year on top esports. He is awful internationally, and he is very, very inconsistent. I don't get why they don't think that Erher can be grown in something more. Did Erher have a great series today against BLG? No, but it's BLG, and you're against the best support in the league and on. So, you know. Yeah. Okay, folks, I'm going to leave the stream there. If you're on YouTube, the show will end there. Thank you so much, and I appreciate everyone for stopping by as always. You're a great community.